All right. Hello. Today we continue the bevy jam. Okay. Hmm. What do I need to do? Let's see. We had to come up with an actual game name. The actual game name that Davey suggested was Gym Link Cider, I think. Mhm. Mhm. Link Cider. Rename. Oh yeah, also yesterday I changed the sizes of the colliders for all the sides to always be the same. Always same light sensor size. Mhm, 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 mhm. Okay, now that I did that, if I do just publish, should publish properly to the new page. And we call this change name link slider close number 2, because that is issue number 2, I think. Wait, no, it's actually, wait, is issue number 7? Okay, sure. Bad cop with a subscription? No way. Thank you and hello. Bing, bing, bing. You want the crab dance? Yeah, it's hard to resist. Having the crabs. This looks different than last time you saw. Well, Davey, I mean, you mean the mechanics or the graphics? Originally, we used the like the temporary art that was downloaded from the internet, but like it's not allowed for this gem to use existing assets, basically. And we're thinking about changing the mechanics too, because it's right now very hard to control yourself. So I think we should change the mechanics. But how much are we going to change, really? And God, you're gonna use existing assets for LDG? I mean, they literally say that like it's fine, just do your art in paint. They encourage programmer art basically by doing that. I think that's good. I like. I don't like pre-existing assets. Just do your art in paint. Like it doesn't need to be super good looking. I think your gem game, it lets you. It like encourages you to practice. You know. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Sure. I guess even although I like this, not everyone is going to like this, right? So like other people want to just focus on programming and not on the art. So they are not going to like this rule. So maybe the fact that they actually enforce this is not good. They should encourage it, but not enforce, I think. Right? Like for example, when you do Ludendari, there is two options. Either you have to do everything from scratch or you don't and you do the gem. So like you have the option to not do everything yourself, right? Anyway, so there was a David idea that we do this mechanic that we have right now, but it is not very easy to play the game. So yesterday, David told me that we should try making the game play different, and different is Like whichever side is down, this one you can activate, and you activate it by a button, I think, is the idea. But I don't think that's going to work really well. Like, this way you could jump mid-air and things like that. I don't think that's a good idea. Right now I'm trying to make a waterfall instead of finishing your gameplay. Yeah. Okay. I wish Davey was here. Davey, are you here yet? I want to talk about the gameplay. Because if not the gameplay, what am I going to do right now? For waterfalls like gameplay, right? Right. Like, are you going to have a hidden cave behind the waterfall? Hello there. Don't spoil it. Okay. How did I know? I mean, I'm a genius, I guess. How else would I know it? Ah, okay. I'm going to wait for Davy, I think. And like we need to figure out what to do before Davy is here. What can I work on? I can try figuring out how to reload the level, for example, right? I think that's a good idea. How do I reload the level? I think if we go to docs, bevy, HTS, LGTK, they have actually the way for me to change the level, right? If I figure out how to do level selection, that would be bog. Insert level selection. Updating this will despawn the current level and spawn a new one, unless they are the same level. See, so I can like just despawn and spawn a new level by just doing that. You can also load the selected levels behavior using the level spawn behavior. Alright. The resource works by updating word balance level set component. If you need more control over the spawn levels than this resource provides, you can choose not to insert this resource and interface with level set directly instead. Okay. Well, I think we're only going to spawn one level at a time, and we're going to make it level based, I think. Would make a lot of sense for this game. So I can change the level, but how do I restart the level? I think there must be a way for me to restart the level. Respawn. What is this? Respawn. Component that indicates a dedicated level or world should respawn. Inserting this component or entity with either handle LGTK asset or handle LGTK level components will cause it to respawn. This can be used to implement simple level restart feature. Internally, this is used to support the entire level spawning process. So inserting this component on an entity with either handle LGTK asset or handle LGTK level component will cause it to respawn. Okay. So I can just hoping for your daily baby rent. I should, yeah, I don't really want to be renting too much. You know, baby people do good work. You know, we should thank them for what we have. We just rent a little bit so that they hopefully make things better, even better than they already are, right? And they are already better than some other stuff, right? Right? Okay, I want to do the level respawning very easily, so let's see. How do I do that? How do I do that? So I'm spawning the LDTK level. Where am I spawning the LDTK level? Is it on this startup system? Setup. Okay, so this is when I'm spawning the level. I wonder why this setup system, like why the startup system even is necessary. Should I not be just like inserting my entities into the world directly over here in the initialization of my plugin? Anyway, we're spawning this, and I can add the component respawn to this thing, and I guess this component is going to be removed automatically when the level, like when the respawning system is going to be there, right? Right. Right. Respawn. So I need to find this entity, which means that I need to save this entity, right? So I'm spawning an entity. This returns me an ID. And I need to store this ID somewhere, right? Because this is an entity, not a resource, right? So we're going to have a resource called LDTK world with entity inside of it, right? So this is the LDTK world, and we're doing command insert resource LDTK world, LDTK world, right? Like that, so that I can query this resource and do the respawn by pressing a button, right? Right. So let's create a system level restart system. What do we do here? Level restart. We're going to query the LDTK world, which is a resource of LDTK world. And input is a resource of input key codes, because I'm going to handle key presses. We do if input was just pressed, key code R. I guess we use the R key to restart the level, right? Makes sense. So in case we do only one, we do just press instead of any just pressed, right? Like this. So if we press the R key, then we are going to restart the level, which means that we are going to need to add hello Raymarch. I'm going to add to the command to the LDTK world entity. Well, technically, there's only one LDTK world, right? So I don't even need to do this as a handle, right? As a resource. Hold on. I think it can be done easier. LDTK world, we remove that. I don't do that. I just spawn like I did previously. So instead of getting this resource, LDTK worlds is going to be query of handles to like to what? What am I spawning even? LDTK world bundle. LDTK handle, right? LDTK handle is LDTK asset. Right? So yeah. we need to query something that has the LDTK asset. Handle to LDTK asset, right? So we go here, LDTK world, single. I guess we are going to query something with handle to LDTK asset, and all I need is like the entity itself, right? So LDTK world is LDTK world single. So over here, I'm going to panic if there's multiple LDTK worlds, right? This is what this does. Unwrapping, fog. And then we do commands, LDTK commands entity, LDTK world, insert, respawn. Right? So we like respawn everything when we are hitting the R key. Let's see if this works. I think the plan for today is we're actually going to re-implement the entire game from scratch, by the way, guys, so that you know. I think we're going to change the mechanics like completely, because the game is not really like very easy to play right now. I think going for physics actually was the biggest mistake that we made. The game should not be physics based. But I'm waiting for Davey to talk about it. I'm going to like try do the restart over here, and then probably like figure out how to do level selection. Only 4 days left. Well, I mean, I am a professional bevy developer now. I can do everything very fast. Like the slowest part of us making the game is just like figuring out how to do stuff, right? But now we have figured out a lot of stuff, so it's easy now, right? It's like we can do everything we have created in like the initial 5 days in just 1 day now, really easily. I'm pretty sure. Or we can also like just ignore the fact that the game is not very fun to play right now, and just ship it as is. Oh, you're here. What's the mechanics you're talking about? All right, here it is. Here it is, right? I think we should. Oh, by the way, I hit the R key and we restart. See, this is Pog. I have implemented the restart, and we can also like do the level selection, by the way. So you can do inside the LTDK file. You can do multiple levels, and I'm pretty sure that like I didn't try it yet, but it's really easy to like move into a different level. So that's what we're going to do when you touch the finish of the level, right? We just change the level. So we despawn the current one and spawn the another one. That's going to be very easy. R to restart. Okay. So my idea for the new game mechanic is that we remove the physics. You know, physics is what makes it like hard to like to design the game. I think like physics-based games are like the games that where the gameplay is based on physics. This is very hard. So here's my suggestion: we remove all the physics and open paint. But like overall, the mechanics are still going to be the same, I think. So we're going to instead be working on the grid. Okay. So we have this grid on the LDTK, right? Like this is block, right? And this is the player. The player is like taking in the entire cell here, right? We press right and we move to the right. But how do we move to the right? We roll around, right? So if this was our down, we go to the right. We are here now and we are looking left, right? And this is like just it's not really like going to be physics based. It's just like the animation of our cube to be rolling, you know? So whenever you so yeah, and when you move, you like basically change the side that's facing like down, and this side is going to be activated. So like if you have jump, you are going to jump. And then we also like need to also but yeah, we also need to figure out though, how do we control where do we jump, to the left or to the right? I think it should either, you should either like need to press the button midair to like move one block left or one block right, or it should be like depending on your previous move. So like if you were moving to the right and then you like activated the jump, then you're going to jump up and also to the right. I think the way it's going to work if is we move the player up a certain like number of cells and then one block to the right, and then it falls down and whatever happens, you know. And all of this is going to be smoothed out using just the animation. So like, yes, exactly. This is going to make it into a puzzle game instead of like a physics-based hardcore podium platformer. What do you think, Davey? Or is it too hard to like change our current mechanics into something like this? How much time do I have for this pivot? What is pivot? We have 3 days, 5 hours left for this change. Pushing the hard level design on daily. I mean, yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I think that I tried making the puzzle games before. The hardest part about puzzle games is the level design. That's true. So for physics, like if you make a physics-based game, it's really easy because like the physics itself is already the challenge. Just do procedurally generated puzzles. Yeah. The hardest part about these puzzle games is the level design. Very nice. Yeah, bevy is very nice. We like bevy, right, guys? It's the first time me trying out bevy for this gem, by the way. Just so you know, I'm not usually using bevy, but that's what we have right now. Sure, I'm also making a grid-based game myself, by the way. Okay. So you are going to use LDTK now for it, because using LDTK for these grid-based games is really easy, right? Just design your level inside of that thing. I've been pushing aside diving deep into Rust and Bevy for too long now. Yeah, I mean, I have pushing the Bevy for a very long time. I wanted to try it, but then like the reason I tried out is because of the gem. You're down for puzzle level design? Sounds fun. Okay, okay, so now that we have decided that this is probably a good change, removing the physics, we start the project from scratch, right? In the middle of the gem, basically. Okay. I mean, spawning the level is going to be pretty much the same, right? It's just the systems, they are going to work differently. Here is one question though that I really have about how to implement this is there must be some systems that work like on a turn base. So basically the game is like some kind of like turn-based game, right? Right now all of our systems, they are running every frame, I think, right? And that's not what we want. We want the actual game to be running like on a like turn-based. So does that mean that I need to create another schedule? Here's what I don't know. How do I like structure this inside Bevy? What if other mechanics we can what other mechanics we can add? I think there will be no diagonal tiles now. Um well, technically we can add diagonal tiles, but we need to think about how they work, right? You want to think about this? Do I really need that though? Like a different schedule for a turn-based? But how do I do then, like the turn? Let's see. If we have a block, and then we have the diagonal. What's going to happen if our player is over here, right? We're facing down, then we go to the right, we're now facing left, and then we go to the right. So when we are here, we're going to be facing up, right? And we try to fall down, which means that we need to like roll down this hill. And I think this over here, what's going to happen, like these diagonal blocks are going to make us like slide down automatically, basically. So we are going to slide down and roll to the right over here automatically. This is what's going to happen, okay? We're going to end up over here facing to the right. So this is how we do diagonal block that we fall on, at least. I think this is really simple. But what you wanted to do is like to have the thing on the ceiling, right? You keep a state that says animating or taken input. You only change the state on taken input. Okay. But I never tried states in Bevy 2, so like I need to try that. I saw some examples, right? So we can create a system that only runs if the application state is taken input, right? I think that's literally how we write it. Correct? That's the same as placing. Hold on. That's the same as placing block on the diagonal one. Hold on. This is the same as placing block on the diagonal one. I mean, you mean the ceiling? Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I also think, yeah. So like, if you are, so we are over here, we are jumping up, right? And then there is the ceiling over here. And if we don't have the slide on this top side, then what is going to happen is we're going to, so okay, let's say that we were facing right, right? So we're going to go here and rotate to the left. So we're going to end up here facing down. And then we're going to fall down, basically. So yeah, our jump set is going to be here. And I guess uh, if this top side was slide instead, then what would happen is we would like start rotating and this side would like connect to this and we are going to continue sliding to the top over here. See? So I think the diagonal tiles are still going to work. You swap the diagonal tile with a normal square tile, the result will be the same? No, it's not the same. What do you mean? No, it's not the same. Diagonal tile literally moves you either like depending on like this thing moves you to the left. And this thing, like when you're coming from the top, moves you to the right. It's really like hard to how do you make a somewhat realistic jump in this context? Uh yeah, so we need to like make it so that the animation is like realistically looking, right? So we're not going to do it physical based anymore. Will there be gravity? Well, it basically means that the way we are uh, doing things is that we are doing we're basically doing the animation until our player is stable on the ground, I think. Unless we want the player to control themselves mid-air. In this kind of game, falling would be constant speed, but jumping cannot be like that. Well, in fact, it can be like that. It's maybe it's like not going to be looking very like realistic, right? But you can do jumps with constant speed. Here's how it's going to look. You jump up, you jump down. You jump up, you jump down, you know? So it doesn't look as your normal jump. But it's okay, I think. And also, like, I think it's just on the top, on the top part. So we do constant going up, and then we do constant going down. So I think the only problem is this top part. And in this top part, we can do a little bit of like changing somehow. But yeah, like making the animation look good for these types of games is what is the hard part, I guess. Right? The question is, do we want to do that, or do we keep our current game mechanics? Will there be gravity? Yes. So the gravity works exactly like this, right? You go to the right, and the gravity just makes you fall down. But you're going down constant speed, so it doesn't really matter. And because you go down here, right, and you face this diagonal thing, it's going to rotate you and place you over here. And then, like, depending on what's below here, you can continue going down and continue rotating, pulling down the slide. Game would be more interesting as a puzzle. Yeah, I agree. It's just like, do you think it's worth it? Do you think we will be able to finish it in time? In 3 days? Maybe that's clear. Is the shape of this slope it's half pipe? Quarter pipe? No, I think it's fine. I think we just need to start with trying things out. You know, if by the end of today we don't end up in a good like state that where we're confident, then I don't know. I mean, it really doesn't matter, right? We literally can, for these jams, upload an unfinished project. That's fine. The whole idea of this jam is me learning bevy. And this is going to be accomplished. No matter what. How do you perform a right jump then? That's a loser's mentality? But there are no prizes. What do you mean? What am I going to win? The thing that I'm going to win is the knowledge of bevy. Does it matter if there are prizes? You gotta win-win. Okay, well, I mean, okay, so we really try very hard to make our game fun, right? And I think going the puzzle route instead of going the physics platformer route is going to make the game much more fun. Right now, it's not really fun to play. Puzzle games are boring? Really? What do you mean? I disagree. Puzzle games are one of the best games. It's just like really hard to make them. Hello, ECS man. Hello, Arya. Hello, Arya. Today, I don't know if you missed it, since you just joined. We are going to rewrite the entire game from scratch. Well, not the entire game, but most of it. Nice. Pog. Yeah. Pog indeed. Why? I fully agree for the side effect thing, puzzle would be fitting. Why? Because I don't think the game is very fun right now. We're going to turn this into a puzzle game. It's going to be like the same mechanics, but without the physics. And it's going to make it into a puzzle game instead of a hardcore platformer 4M type of game. Yeah, I mean, the graphics will be still the same. The idea is kind of still the same, it's just not going to be based on physics. That's it. Either way, the Coop character really looks badass. The rounded corner, not being rounded, triggers me. Wait, which corner? This? I mean, it's just because I'm rendering the visual representations. Okay, I'm just going... Okay, if that's triggering you this much... If that's triggering you this much... let's comment this out. I thought it was supposed to be a puzzle platformer from the start. Yeah. We just thought that this was going to be a puzzle platformer with physics. This is the first time you do art instead of programming? Well, I mean, you're welcome to do the programming, you know, that way we can do more stuff. Wait. Okay, Bevy crashed on me. Option unwrap inside Bevy task pool. My game is not running anymore? What? Hold on. Oh, panic. Resource requested by setup does not exist. Repair configuration. Oh, wait, I commented the wrong thing. It's not the repair physics plugin, it's repair debug render plugin. This one I should comment out. Okay. How did I zoom? By doing control 1. I have this thing that's called zoom it. This thing. No, it was like really weird because we panicked inside the task pool, right? But the actual error is actually higher over here. Thread compute task pool panicked resource requested does not exist. So like it's a different error. Okay, is this less triggering now for you? No, because you know that that is not rounded. Because you have seen it and you cannot unsee it anymore. If you bounce on the corner 45 degrees, what? Then I can do that. Yes. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, actually, you know what? You see how it's floating? Yeah, I know. I know. You know what the problem is? I actually used the rounded corners before, but there is a bug in Repair that makes it very weird to control because they are not. There is a rounded collider in Repair, yes, but they don't calculate the mass and the moment of inertia correctly for the rounded things because they make the mass of the rounded shape to be equal to the mass of the actual shape, but that's not the case because when you do the rounding it actually adds like a border of this radius to all the sides, which should like increase my size my size my mass. Can I make the pixel outline no longer covered by the collider? Might help with triggering. Okay, I don't think that matters. Let's not look into that because we're going to change it from being physics to being a different kind of game anyway, right? We're not going to use the Repair anymore. All right. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. I'm going to redo everything. So how do I do this? Do I keep the old code in case we want to go back for it to it? No, not really. It's there in the Git history. So let's start by removing the physics. Let's start by removing everything. We're going to rewrite everything from scratch, right? Game. Level txt, I don't need that. Player rotation control, no need for that. I think I'm literally going to remove everything except for the level loading. I will have the config though. The config is going to be empty for now. Startup setup system, add player inputs, player control. I'm considering only using the collision detection for your game, not the actual physics. Yeah, I have seen people do that. But in case we are doing the grid-based, I don't even need to do that, right? People call that kinematic only. Yeah, there is the kinematic only collider. Update the camera. Yeah, all right. Player rotation control, remove that. Level restart, that's good. Update player input. Not sure. We'll probably like redo this. Music, that's fine. Setup, so we are loading the level. Repair, no need for that. Spawning camera, sure. Camera is going to be the same. Character needs to be this exactly the same size as the tile. Yeah, I mean, I know. But that's how the entities in LDTK are working already. I'm just going to... Yeah. Yes, true. I mean, we have the position of the entity as the position inside the tile grid, right? So not in pixels, but in tiles. How many tiles from the left, how many tiles from the bottom is our position now, instead of being like pixels or whatever. Power up bundle. Don't do that. Entity name, colliders. Alright. Clear friction. Oh, technically I'm going to do the power up bundle. It's going to have the sprite sheet, but this, this, this. Okay. Mass properties, collider and friction. This is going to be removed. External impulse. Yeah, mass properties. No need that. Friction, velocity, sprite sheet. We have that. Rigid body. No. As sides. Not sure. Player input. You don't want to be a crab? What do you mean? Who doesn't want to be a crab? I think player input is something that I'm going to to revert update player input. Yeah, this. How do I revert this? No idea. That. I'm not sure what is going to be in the player input. I guess the direction is going to be either left or right. No deactivation. Mm-hmm. Is that how I do it? Deactivation is something that we are probably not going to have for now. Okay, let's continue. So power-ups is still going to spawn. Player is still going to spawn. We're just not going to have any way for us to move. This spawn wall collision, this thing that I was working on yesterday, I don't think we're going to need that. You want to be a Godot? You want to be this crab, you mean? Right? I thought you were using Unity for your games, no? And move, which could be none, rotate, jump. I'm not sure yet, like, what exactly it's going to be. So we can change that later. But yeah, spawning wall collision, this thing, a really cool thing that we did yesterday. Delete that. Spawn wall collision, no need for that system. Physics set, backend, no need for that. Actually, I'm going to remove the bevy repair completely from my dependencies, right? Wait, is that a good thing to do? Am I going to need to recompile everything from scratch now? Hopefully not. And I'm also going to remove collab. I don't know why I added that. I'm not really using it. Okay. This bevy resource inspector plugin. Ah, okay, I see. The inspector for the configuration, sure. All right, and then let's go for the sides. Should my sides still be other games are Godot or Pico 8? Okay, cool. Um. All right. Let's see. Side activation event. Yeah, I'm not sure how these systems are going to work. I think this is what we're going to change completely. This side, yeah. Yeah, I think this needs to be redone from scratch.
Hi.
I I think I just removed the sides for now completely. That module, I'm just going to remove that and redo that one from scratch. Just like the spawning of players. What are we doing? We are redoing the entire game from scratch. Okay, so the jump, this and that. After spending 6 days, exactly. Isn't that exciting? Okay, let's try running the game. I'm redoing the game because we're going to change it from being a... Oh yes, okay. See, I have removed the bevy repair as my dependency, and although I removed the dependency, I still need to compile everything from scratch. Okay, well, I guess I can use the time to explain to you, Shadow Crushers, the new idea of the game. Instead of it being the physics-based, it's going to be like the same idea, but not physics-based. It's going to be grid-based and more of a puzzle instead of a hardcore platformer this way. We stand on a tile, we press right, and our cube rotates to the right to the neighboring tile. Instead of it being done by physics, it's going to be literally like just the animation, and it's going to be like a turn-based kind of stuff. Why? Why am I redoing everything from scratch? Because I think it's going to be more fun to make a game that's puzzle instead of a game that's physics. The game is not very fun to play right now. And hello. Making a game that is based on physics and works good is hard. Like, where the gameplay is based on physics, it's hard to make these games. Making puzzles is also hard. But at least I think I can see it in my head how it's going to work. But we tried the physics approach, and I don't think it works. Physics sandbox are cool, yes, but um, but it's not very fun. I mean, you can try it, okay? You can try it if you want. Kuviman itch.io. Link Cider. By the way, Davey, I changed the name. It's now Link Cider, right? Like you suggested. Here's the secret link. If you want to try out the current physics based, and like if you think that this is cool, there's the inspector though, so like ignore that. You can hide it. Here's the current physics based thing, right? Like over here, we are collecting the jump, and we are supposed to like be able to jump somewhere. It's very hard to control yourself. Where do you want to jump? I think instead of it being hard to control, we will make it into a hard to think. You know, it's going to be a puzzle. I think more people will are going to like a puzzle than people that are going to like a hard platformer? How many people are good at hard physics-based platformers? Not much. Can anyone explain to me why am I recompiling everything when I have deleted the dependency? I need to recompile everything because I don't have physics anymore. I currently feel like hard platformer. Yes, it is very hard. So we should either change this into an easy platformer, but we don't know how to make it into an easy one, right? What do we need to change so that these mechanics are easy? But I really want, now that the idea came to my mind, I really want to make it into a puzzle instead. So that's what we're doing. We're going to try it. If we're going to like not make very much progress today, the idea I told you today might make it a lot easier. Okay, here's another idea by Davey. I don't like it though. The idea is that you face down with the so whatever face is facing down is the one you activate by pressing a key. So that way player can easily do side jump and with a lot more control and possible mechanics. What? So player can even press space to jump mid-air as long as the jump side is facing down. I don't like that idea though. Rotation of the player is too slow to be fun, but if it's going to be like faster, then the jumping is going to be less controllable. If you can try it right now, literally inside this game, right? This inspector, this configuration, you can just try changing the rotation speed to be like 360 instead, right? So I'm now going to be rotating much faster. It's going to be like very hard for me to control the jump. You can try changing like the jump, like how what is the force of the jump, right? I think on the web though you need to like click instead of pressing enter because the IGUI for some reason is failing. But yeah, I can make the jump that is like not as high. So yeah, if you can try and play with that and make it work, sure. But I don't think we could. I don't think it works. How do you play to make the newer version to have problems? What? I don't plan to have problems. I plan to have zero problems. And implement side effects. Side effects are going to be exactly the same. It's just not going to be physics based. Spikes and lava and stuff. We did not. Did you see spikes and lava and stuff before? I don't think we even had that planned. But we could add spikes and lava, sure. Hold on. Okay, some people have tried opening my house with their keys. They mistaked their their apartment with my apartment. Okay, we're still waiting for the compilation. All right, let's try thinking. I think first we don't even implement the side effects, right? First we implement the rolling because we're not going to have the rolling over here, right? So, like if I'm pressing right, I need to roll to the right, right? I'm pressing left and going to roll to the left. And then when we are on the right, we're going to say that if the block below us, so this is the gravity system, right? If the block below us is like solid, then it means that we can control ourselves again. So we're going to take the player input. And if the block below us is like this, then we're going to like do that.
Squiggly rings.
Hello, Rings. How are you doing? We are here going to re-implement.
Squiggly rings.
We're going to re-implement the game from scratch.
Hello, bad cop.
Tapioca. I know what that is.
Hello, bad cop.
Why did you make me look for it? Now I want that. Well, that would be cool if it worked with any name. Yeah. You train an AI to use your voice? I don't know. I never tried AI anything. Okay. I think I should not have removed the dependency, literally, because now I need to wait for the compilation. How long is it taking me already? It has probably been 10 minutes already, right? That I have started this. Surely there's a Rust crate for it. Sure. Oh, by the way, loading level neighbors. I don't think we need that. I just copy pasted this from the example. Okay, so we have the player input and we are doing left, right, or none, right? So when, yeah, I guess we have a, yeah, just like someone said, we are going to have the game states, right? And the game state is either we're going to like do the simulation. So we are either doing the simulation or we are doing like the player input, right? Like this, like kind of turn-based stuff, right? Right? And then the animation, when the animation is going to finish, we're going to end the turn and then a new turn is going to start. Bevy states. Okay, so we are going to have the state. Is this how am I supposed to be? Are you sure that this is how we're supposed to be using this? This is supposed to be used for main menu, in-game, and paused, right? But we can do it for the simulation too. Let's see. What is going to be our state? Uh, game state. Game state is going to be either waiting for input, right? Or it's going to be animation, or it's going to be like, so after the animation ends, we're going to not immediately go to waiting for input. We're going to check if we need to like do something, if we need to continue with a different animation, right? Like when we are moving from a block, we're above the block, we're moving to the right, right? So this is like one turn of animation, and then we're going to start falling down. Like over here, we're going to figure out what to do. Right? Turn, end. Is this how it's supposed to be working? And then if the turn is something that like makes the player stable, then we're going to go into the state of waiting for input. Right? Right. Is that how we're supposed to be doing this? Let's actually check physics instead of turn. Wait input and then check physics. Animation check physics. I actually also think that maybe we do this like, instead of waiting for input, it's literally like the turn. So it's a turn-based game, right? We do turn, and then we do the animation until the next turn, and then we do another turn, and then we do another animation, right? But the turn, some of the turns are going to be like based on the player input. Some of the turns are going to like be based on the check physics. I think. So some on some turns we're going to be able. Is there a way to reset game state if you fall into the void? Not on the current build. I did implement the reset just earlier today, but I did not push it. But I mean, you can try pressing R, but I don't think that I like published it to the each page. Okay, anyway, we have finally compiled. Finally, we have compiled everything. Let's run the game. R works? Okay, so I did like publish it then. All right. Okay, so as you can see, we still have loaded everything, right? But we have removed all the mechanics. We are loading the level, the player is still here, we just have no way to control ourselves. So that's what we're going to implement next. Should I like potentially create this on a new branch called puzzle? Okay. Remove everything and start from scratch. Okay, I'm going to check out main and create a new branch for it called physics. So now we have two branches, the physics branch and the puzzle branch. And we're going to work on the puzzle. Wait, hold on. If I switched between the things... Oh no. What did I do? Why am I compiling stuff from scratch again? Shit. Okay. I think I'm recompiling not as much as I did before though. Because I switched to another branch. Briefly. It started, the Rust analyzer started like recompiling with the repair again. My god. Okay, what do you think about this? Just turn an animation, and on some turns we're going to disable the player control. So I'm not sure yet, right? Maybe sometime we are going to be able to like rotate ourselves at the top of the jump, maybe, or maybe in the middle of the jump we're going to be able to rotate ourselves. Sounds like a good idea to have this. Has this potentially. All right, so what are we going to do? How do I start doing the states? Add state. So yeah, we're going to add state. What? Add state does not have any arguments, but they have arguments here. What? Is this bevy book like outdated? Are you going to write your name in the authors? Yes, sure. Do you have an each page? Do you have an each account? Completely overhauled in bevy 10? Okay, so the book is not updated then yet, right? What do I need to look? I need to look at the docs of bevy. State. Add state. So state is like a generic thing, right? Now add state as and next state as resources on enter and exit schedules for every state variant. An instance of apply state transition. So the transition happened before. This also adds on update. Are you sure that states is what we need for it? I feel like the animation is something that is going to always happen. But like I feel it's like the schedule that we are going to. You would roll your own anyways? Your own what? Your own state? So like how do we go about this? I feel like, but not using the bevy states. I feel like the animation is something that always is happening though. Even if like, and the turn, so like okay, there basically are two two game states at the same time. There is this thing where our player is currently in this position, and like on the next tick is it's already over here, and then there is like the smooth view of this, which shows us the interpolation between those two states. Animation happens after every player turn. I'm not sure. Okay, well let's try with states. I'm not sure how to do this yet. Is there an example of a turn-based game in Bevy? Bevy turn-based game example. Maybe they have it inside the Bevy themselves. I feel like this is a common thing to do, right? We should just look at how other people do that. Games. Yo, trust time. Yeah, it is. Do you know Bevy? Is this it, like Alien Cake Addict? Eat the cake, eat them all. An example 3D game. I feel like Breakout is like a real-time game, and Alien Cake Addict is also a real-time game. Real-time game is something that I know how to make, but how do you make a turn-based game? There must be an example for states at least. Yes, true. Is there an example for states? Scene. Scene is not state, right? I'm not sure. Like, if without looking into every single example, I don't think there is an example of me doing states. I have looked at Bevy, but like a sideways glance, I wouldn't say I know Bevy. It's just like a friend of a friend. Yeah, same for me. I'm doing this Bevy jam, but I never tried Bevy before. Examples ECS state. Okay. This example illustrates how to use states for higher level app control. But yeah, it's not the higher. Yeah, the problem is I don't see the turn-based game as a high level app control flow. Like, this is already why I don't think this is a good way of me doing this, right? Because this is what you use to create menus or when you're inside game. Add state, app state. We have the default. But anyway, what does the app state even do? I think so what they are doing here anyway is they are literally creating multiple schedules, right? So there is a schedule that they run when you start this state. There is a state that you run when you end the state. Wait, can you add multiple states? Is there a way? So since this is the API now, can you do like multiple states, multiple parallel states, right? So one of the states is going to be like menu versus in game, and one of the states is going to be animation versus like me figuring out the turn. I think you can make multiple states of different types. Yeah, exactly. So like this is the current like game state. Are we doing the turn or are we doing the animation? Okay, okay, whatever. Let's try that. Let's try that. Let's try that. We're going to add state, app state, game state. Right? Do I need to derive something like derive states? Okay. Derive states, and by default it is the default is turn, right? That's what we do. Okay. And then we do add system on enter, on exit, update, add systems. So they are using the add systems instead of the add system now. Don't care about transition or anything at all. Well, maybe we will care about like transitions at some point, you know, like when we. I mean, maybe at some point we will, but for now we will not. I agree. Yes. So let's do what? We have the game state. We add systems, right, into system app configs. Wait. This add systems takes two arguments, and my add systems take one argument. Hold on. I'm using a different type of bevy. Did they change this thing already? Even although the last release of states was not that long ago? Last release of bevy was not that long ago? This is two arguments, right? Examples should be in sync. Well, they are in sync with the main branch, right? We should go to the release 0.10.1 and then go into examples, right? Because that's what we're using. ECS state. Yes, see? This is different. So we add system. In schedule on update. Okay. So we do add system. Player. Hold on. So what is the system? We need to add systems. So there is a lot of systems that I'm going to like do on the turn, and a lot of systems that I'm going to do on the animation, right? Do I will have to like specify which schedule they run on for every single system? Okay, sure. Okay. All right. What do we do? Update player input is this. This is not used yet. This is not in any state though, I think. Okay. How do we start? How do we even start? I feel like once we have this like turn-based movement, we are going to start moving quickly. We just need to figure that out. So by default, we are in the turn state, right? So let's start with doing the turn. Add system. Okay, let's try something simple. Player move system, right? Player move system is going to be in schedule. Game state turn, because that's what actually like does the movement of the player. Move player. We're going to take the player input. And we're going to modify your position in grid based, right? So this player that we have right now, the player bundle, we have the sprite sheet bundle, right? This has the transform So, but this is the transform that we use for actually rendering stuff, right? In order for the game logic, we need our player to have like the position inside the grid, right? So I actually am going to have another stuff which is called position, right? From entity instance. No, with entity position. Let's see. We're going to have struct position, component, entity position. So this is the instance of the entity that we loaded from LDTK level. What do we have in this instance? Yes, so this is the grid-based coordinates, right? This is what we need. Literally, this is the thing that I'm going to save inside my. So this is how we do the game logic inside the using the grid-based coordinates, right? So our position is now, instead of being a floating point number, is actually integers. So x and y, right? Position x instance grid x y instance grid y, right? Right. Wait, what is wrong here? Trade bound game state default is not satisfied. Cannot find player move. Oh, I called it move player. Player move. Okay. So we're going to get the player input, and we're going to mutate the position, right? That's what we're going to do. We're going to do players for, this is going to be mutable, for input position in players iterate mute. We do match input direction, left, right, none. So over here we do nothing. Over here we do position x minus equal 1. Over here we do position x plus equal 1. So we're not checking for like anything, for the walls, for nothing, right? I'm just going to figure out how to do the like turn-based stuff. Uh, is this on update? This should be on update, right? On update of the game state turn, right? The trade. On update in game, yeah. Oh, so this is in set, but this is in schedule. All right, in set. Okay, so I update the position, but this position, it has nothing to do with me rendering, right? So wait, what exactly makes what exactly should make our state to move from turn to animation then? I feel like it's going to be very buggy already if I do it this way. What should Like, should I be checking the detect? Should I detect the fact that I have modified the position of a player, and this is what makes me do the animation, right? Is that it? So I'm going to do like start animation system, right? Which is going to actually change my state from turn to the start animation system. I'm going to see if the actual like game logic has changed and I need to do the like animation, right? Changes, Fury, I've changed position. When the position just added, is this considered to be changed? Because I don't think that when we just added something, we need to do the animation, but okay. So if changes is empty, if we had some changes, if we were not empty, right? Then we start the, and okay, how do I change the state? This is the example, right? How do I go? So I'm in the menu by default. Next state dot set. Okay, next state is a resource. Okay, we have a resource that lets us mutate the state. Next state, a resource of this, right? So we do next state set game state animation, right? And then like similar to this, we should have a system that stops animation, right? Which is going to set the state back to turn, but the this thing is going to be different. How do I make sure that the animation has ended, right? Should it be just the timer? So like we're going to do, for example, one turn a second, right? Turn timer. Am I going to do a resource? Uh, turn timer. Turn animation timer with timer inside. It's going to be a resource. I think it should be a resource. So we do if turn timer uh no completion. If turn timer finished, I think. Oh, dot zero, dot finished, right? Turn, oh, okay. No completion because turn animation timer, okay. Yes, so if the timer has finished, then we go back to the turn stage, right? So we do over here when we start the animation, we're also going to have animation timer, which is a resource mute. Or should it be a commands? Commands, insert a resource, turn animation timer, timer, new, timer from seconds, 1 second, timer mode once. Okay, is this how I do it? So like we do 1 turn a second. Stop animation is going to be inside the animation state, and that is going to be inside that state. Okay. Start animation, stop animation. Right? And then the actual animation, right? And the actual animation can happen like all the time, right? Me like interpolating. So animation is just the state when I wait, I think. I just need to make sure that all the systems that actually do the animation are like done in 1 second. Not sure, not sure. Not sure. I can check this resource at the time to figure out what is like the animation like time from 0 to 1 and then do the lerping, right? But in order to do the lerping, I need to have the previous position. Yes? No? I feel like I really want to have an example of a game, a turn-based game done in Bevy. Turn-based patterns and ideas using Bevy ECS. Considering a complex turn-based game, what are some good patterns practices when using Bevy ECS? Ideas? One monolithic system to handle most things. Several systems triggering from events. Less emphasis on fast iteration using ECS. But heavy use like for curious, possibly sequential order. Okay, the guy's approach consists of having 2 states: planning, where the player actually chooses the action for the game to run, and running, where the action has already been played. So this is like exactly what we're doing, right? Typically, the world variables for the running state are immediately set as soon as the player decides to end his turn. Then all the setup system for the running states are run. You will probably need to set an execution order on those, because it is likely that you will need Outputs of some system as input of others. The world, once set up, is available to all the real-time systems that do game simulation and animations. Okay, so they actually do the same approaches we are doing. Okay. I guess not using the timer though. Okay. So what I'm trying to like think about right now is how do I actually like update player rendering like position. Add system.
Hello there.
Hello there. Update system. Like update like sprite position whatever. Update transforms. Hello Nerdsoul. Today is a very exciting day. We are rewriting the game from scratch. We are making it into a turn-based game, into a puzzle instead of being a
Hi.
physics-based game.
Hello there.
Rewriting, yeah, exactly. So we removed the physics completely. No physics anymore. But I need to figure out how to do turn-based.
Squiggly rings.
I have no idea how to do turn-based games now. So this is what we're learning today. How to do a turn-based game in Bevy. So update transforms is the system. Update transforms, right? What do we need to update the transforms? So we're going to update. We're going to have the query that has the position and has the transform, right? So transform is something that we're going to mutate based on the position, right? Is that how we're going to do it? And we're going to do it based on time also. Time is time resource. So here is the problem, right? I think instead of doing the time resource and having one position here, I feel like I want like previous position, next position, and I'm doing the transformation of that based on the previous and the next one. I'm doing the lerp using the state of the timer, of the animation timer, you know? So how do I know the previous position though? This is the issue. Does it mean that I need to copy the entire like player? If I have a system, I don't know. Oh, hey. So if I have a query that is a query of changed positions, does this thing allow me to know the previous value of the position? A filter on a component that only retains results after edit or mutably dereferenced after the system last ran. A common use for this filter is to avoid redundant work when values have not changed. So yes, they do not give me the actual value of the previous position. which means that we need to like copy this, right? So update transforms. This is going to be a bunch of systems. We're going to have the previous position component, which has position inside of it. What are we doing? We're still like figuring out how to do a turn-based game. It's going to be a long time, I think, because I never done this before in Bevy. But hopefully we figure out how to do this today, so that we can. Once we figure this out, we're going to move quickly. But we need to figure it out. So I'm going to have the component of the previous position. Then there's must be like a system initialize transform. So like, and there's going to be a finalized transform. Okay, so we have the animation, right? That is going to happen. This thing, so when we are entering the animation state, we're going to initialize. When we're exiting the animation state, we're going to finalize. The finalization is going to set the previous position to be equal to the position. Right? Is that how it's supposed to be working? So entity and position is what we're querying. And we do for entity position in query iterate. And we're going to have commands entity insert previous position clone, right? You can also copy this technically. That's what I'm doing. So like this system is going to set my previous position to be equal to the current position, so that on the next animation state, after this thing has changed, we're going to do the interpolation, right? And this runs on the when does this run? Actually, I think this init previous positions. I think this thing needs to run on the beginning of the turn phase. So yes, timer is going to be the animation timer. It's not mutable. We do for previous position, previous, current, and transform in query iterate mute. We do transform position is like, is there, yeah, there is lerp. Lerp is inside the bevy inspector though. I feel like there must be a way for me to convert the position into a transform. This is a grid-based position, right? But the transform is like pixel-based. So yeah, there's also this thing that we need to figure out. I know that it is 16 pixels though. So how, okay, let's do this right now. We do position. It's not position, it's translation. Translation x is going to be equal to position x multiplied by 16. Let's try that for now. And translation y is position y, right? So we don't even do the interpolation here yet. This is the current position, yeah, okay. All right. So we need to do the initialize previous position and update transforms systems. Yeah. So what is it exactly? We're going to app add system initialize previous positions in schedule on enter game state turn, right? So yeah, and then add system update transforms in set on update game state animation, right? Okay. Let's see. What have I written now? Is this code going to run? Anyone been following? You guys think I did the right thing? So yeah, basically we have the turn. So when we are inside the turn game state, we are going to. I'm not following, but you trust me. Okay, well we crashed, so. Turn animation timer. Yes, turn animation timer. This thing does not exist. How? Wait, turn animation timer resource does not exist? Resource requested by update transforms. Update transforms is when we are already inside the game state animation state then, which means that this. All right. This is weird because if we are inside the game state animation state, it means that I have already inserted the resource, which is the turn animation timer, but then this system that is running only when we are inside the animation state requesting this timer, and this timer does not exist. This is weird. Let's do info. Animation started. Right? So like make sure that we are inside the animation state, like because of that. Because this code must have been run already, right? So there were commands that insert this resource. Does this mean that the commands that I have over here is something that is not going to be applied immediately after the system is run? Wait, I actually did not the animation did not start. Okay. So why am I in the why is this system running then? Oh, I added the update transforms multiple times. I added this inside the animation and just normally. Okay. Makes sense. This was just my fault. What are we doing? The same thing. Okay, the game is not crashing, but we're also not... Animation has started. Right? Let's see, animation started. Over here we do animation finished, right? Yeah. And over here I want to do the position. I want to know what the position is. Is this system running? Or is it not running? Animation started, even although I did not do anything. Alright, I see. So the problem is that the animation is never ending for some reason. I know why. It's because the timer that we have, this turn timer, it needs to be updated sometime. It's not being updated automatically. We need to add system like process animation inset on update game state animation. This is going to be another system. This is a lot of systems that I need to just set up the turn-based mechanics. So we're going to have turn timer, resource mute, turn animation timer, and we're going to have the time, which is a resource time. And what we're going to do here is turn timer tick. Is it tick? Yes, it's tick. Advance the timer by delta seconds. So we're going to tick by using time delta. This is the system that we need. Because otherwise our animation is never ending. Okay. Okay. Okay, every second we move to the right. So obviously like the position is not really correct. But so I can move left and right every second. Okay. Nice. So I can so this system that I have can do it by doing the lerp instead, right? So let's do previous position is going to be back to let's do previous 0. Looks like the center of mass is on the ground. Yeah, I mean, yeah. This translation is like not set up properly right now. As vec 2, maybe. Can I make this method on position? Yeah, this is going to return vec 2. I'm going to return back to x self x as f32, y is self y as f32. Okay. Yeah, because like our position is by default integer, but I want the interpolation to be like in the floating point numbers, right? So I'm converting this into this, and I'm converting the current position into this. Right? And then we do position that is actual position is going to be previous. So we're going to do the lerp, right? Lerp is a fun word. Yeah, did you not hear it before? It's pretty regularly using. So there is already a lerp inside the IGUI, but I feel like bevy lerp. Lerp is bevy easings. Okay, so we can like add this for example, library. But I don't. I'm really scared of adding a new dependency because usually that leads to me recompiling everything and waiting for half an hour. So I'm going to write the lerp myself. So the amount of lerping from previous to the next position is going to be equal to timer elapsed seconds divided by timer duration seconds. I've been listening off and on while working on work stuff. I've heard the word before, but I still like it. Yeah. Yeah, I like how that sounds. True. There's also slurp. How about that one? Okay, so we're going to set the position to be previous lerped. So previous multiplied by 1 minus t plus current multiplied by t. So this is how you do the lerping, right? So now we do position x multiplied by 16, and we do position y multiplied by 16. And so this should make it. You mean you can lerp on the sphere? Yes. Have you not tried that before? Okay, let's see. Right? Okay. We have the smooth animation, right? So I press right, and I move into the right. Yeah, obviously like 1 second is probably a little too small. So it's too slow. We need to like increase the like time, the speed of the animation, but that's fine. I'm just going to set this to, instead of being 1 second between turns, to like being 0.2 seconds, and it's going to be 5 times faster, right? And then also we need to fix the positioning, right? How do I fix the positioning? How do I know how to convert from grid size into like the pixel size, right? How do I know that? This For this I really need to go into bevy ECS LDTK, right? I think I need to actually go and take a look at their source codes to figure this out. I mean, yeah, the easiest way is to check out the LDTK plugin. I want, how do we spawn the entities? Process LDTK level. Spawn level. So if, yeah, so like for entities, for example, how do I set the transform? Calculate transform from entity instance. Yeah, this is what I want. Entity instance. Oh, this is public. Hold on. Performs the entity instance to transform conversion. I guess it's not really public for me though, right? Is there something in their docs? Like, how do I convert the grid coordinates into pixel coordinates? Into the transform? No idea. Okay, let's take a look at this. Entity definition. Okay, I can take entity instance. Yeah, it's not the instance, right? Translation. Pixel coordinates to translation pivoted. Oh, but pixel coordinates are already on the instance of the entity, huh? Mm-hmm. 1313. Hold on. Let me open the level itself. This is the level. My position is 1313, right? No, initially it's 913 or something. But it's not. Where is 00? Over here. I think the problem is... What tool are you using to make the map sprites? It's LDTK. I mean, this is for making the level. This is just the level editor. The sprites themselves, I don't know what Davey was using. This is the level editor, just. And then you can just create the sprite sheet in whatever like animation you, in whatever like application you want. Like if you want, you can use Paint. I never used this before too. So like for this jam, we figured out how to use LDTK, figured out how to use bevy, and right now I'm figuring out how to do a turn-based game because that's what we are changing our game into. If chain can be rewritten with match, can you rewrite it for me? In Rust Analyzer, replace if with match. What? I like the warning, but how about you? If chain can be rewritten with match, consider rewriting the if chain to use the CMP and match. Yes, I understand. Can you not rewrite it for me though? Whatever. I'm going to look at that later. Clippy fix? Yeah, maybe. Cargo Clippy fix. I thought the Rust Analyzer though has uncommitted changes. Allow dirty. It still is a warning. It didn't really fix it though. It did not change it in anything. Because, yeah. Otherwise, I would see the actual like suggestion to what should it be changed to. They provide me with instructions of how to change it, but they don't like. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to like transform, calculate the transformation from this integer position. So the player entity is currently position 313, right? But my actual app is telling me that it's not 313, I think. Yeah. Oh no, it is 313. Okay. So the problem is 313 is like it's relative not to the top left. It's relative to the bottom left. So like how do I actually convert that? Spawn level, entities. How do I convert the coordinates? I don't understand. Do I need to look into code? Translation? LTTK pixel cores to translation, right? Performs LTTK pixel coordinate to translation conversion. Yeah, okay. Pixel coordinates to translation. Is this like public? To translation? Yes. Grid coordinates to translation. This is it. That's what I need. What is the difference? LDTK grid coordinates to translation or grid coordinates to translation? How are those things different? LDTK grid height? What? What is grid height? Grid coordinates to translation. Tile size. Okay, let's take a look at the source of this. So this is actually wrong. No? Oh, grid coordinates to translation relative to tile layer. Maybe this is what I need. The problem is though, the grid coordinates is actually an integer and I want it to be a floating point number. Right? Well, I mean that all that means is that I need to convert this the grid coordinates, right? I guess our position that we have is going to be the grid coordinates. Can I just use the grid coordinates here directly? Grid coordinates stores the grid-based coordinate information. Can be added to LTK entity bundle with the grid coordinates attribute and will spawn the initial grid-based entity. Okay. So this is grid coords like this. Yeah, I think I'm just going to use the existing structs. If we can do that. I'm currently like starting the animation when the grid coordinates change on anything, but well, the way we start the animation is probably going to be changed. Okay, now we need to convert the grid coordinates that we have, the previous and the current one. Grid coordinates to translation, right? We're going to do previous 0. Tile size. Okay, so now we need to figure out the tile size, though, right? Tile size is going to be vec2 new 16 16, right? But this is something that we're going to like load from the LDTK itself. We should not hard code this. Okay. So we do the same with previous and with the current coordinates. Right? And then we do the thing. Previous, yeah, okay. And this is the interpolated. I've not used Insta for the last 2 years, yeah. I don't use Instagram. I told you. Okay. I think now, hopefully. Yeah, okay. Now everything is correct. Kind of. Why is this like so choppy, the animation though? I mean, we're moving on the grid properly, right? We're not falling down yet, when we can move through the level, but the conversion of the coordinates is correct. Why is this so choppy? I think the problem is the camera. This has always been the issue. So like I am updating the camera, right? To be following the player, right? But those systems, they are in conflict with each other, and some of them, and like sometimes, like one of them should be running after the other, right? So let me, for example, do this uh in schedule on enter game date turn. Okay, so that I'm going to only update the camera when we are like in the beginning of the turn. I'm pretty sure that the animation itself, schedule and enter turn, does not exist. Oh, okay. I need to do the states first. Sure. Sure. Okay, 2.5 hours, and we kind of have figured out. No, it still is not very good.
Hello?
Hello. Is it still like a little choppy? The animation, it's not very smooth. Okay, who knows how to set up the FPS counter in Bevy. Do I need a plugin for it? Why is my animation not that smooth? And hello, Dust Razor. There's a performance plugin in Bevy itself. Forgot the name. Oh, so like the shows FPS in console. Okay, so it's not in the default plugin set then, right? Add plugins, default plugins. Frame count plugin. Wait, frame count plugin is the default. Adds frame counting functionality to apps. So, I mean, wait, what? So this plugin is there, but why don't I see it? Add system, update frame count. So this is only counting the frames. It's not really like telling me what the frames are, right? It's just like, yeah. This is the entire plugin, just has the frame count. Okay. This is not the plugin that I want. Bevy show FPS. Show frame rate in console. Bevy diagnostic, okay. Log diagnostic plugin and frame time diagnostic plugin, okay. Okay, this is the debugs things, right? Like the diagnostic plugin, the frame count, frame time diagnostic plugin, world inspector plugin. This is all like debug stuff. So we're going to actually do. No, actually not. Not yet. So this is something that I'm going to remove on the actual release, right? Wait, now it's smooth. Wait, why is it smooth now though? If I have added the FPS counter, the FPS counter does not want me to see that the game is running poorly, so the game is now smooth now. Yeah, is that how it's working? Why is it smooth now? FPS 150. I think it's because I just deleted the logging from this. Yeah, over here I was doing a lot of logging. Maybe printing a lot to the console is what makes us lag. Because that's the only change that I actually did. I changed this to debug instead of info, and I don't show the current coordinates of the player either. Okay, so what happens if I do the camera just regularly, like always, instead of only doing this on the beginning of the turn? Am I going to have like the smooth camera following the player? I mean, it is much more smooth than it was before, right? I still see a little like glitches. But that's fine. That's fine. I mean, it's good enough for me for now. Let's implement the game mechanics, I guess. Okay, so this was me figuring out the turn-based stuff. Turn-based movement. I'm building in debug mode, but I'm also having this in cargo toml. I am doing a small amount of optimization even in debug mode, and I do high optimizations in bevy itself. So like bevy is like highly optimized, and the rendering is highly optimized. As you can see, I am running at my FPS is 144 because that's like the frame rate of my monitor. So the frame rate is actually good. I think the problem, like the glitch that I'm seeing right now, is um is because the camera can get updated. Sometimes it's updated after I update the like transform of the sprite, and sometimes it's happening before because I'm not telling which system should be running after and which system should be running like before, right? So I should say that update camera like is running like after update transforms. Is this going to work? Let's see. I think this is how you are supposed to do to like fix stuff. Because camera is like based on the transforms of the players. So like I need to first figure out the transforms and then update the camera. But no, I still see a little bit like of a problem. It's almost like invisible, but I still see it. Okay, so this did not fix anything. But update camera after transforms. Okay, so now let's so we have implemented movement left and right, right? How about we make sure that we cannot move left and right if there is a wall, right? How do I make sure that if there's no wall to the left of me? I mean, I'm literally a tile, and I need to see the tile on my left, and I'm only going to move if the tile on my left is not a wall, right? In order to do that, I think we need to look into the inspector. We have level. The level has multiple layers. Wait, where are my layers? Oh, this the integer grid. Yeah, so we have like every single tile as an entity, and we have int grid coordinates, and we have the int grid cell, which has the value of it. If you're going to hit the wall, don't. Yeah, exactly. That's what we're going to do. But we need to like write the function if you're going to hit the wall, right? And the way this function is written is we need to find an entity which is the int grid cell, and it has the coordinates of where we're trying to move, right? So cells is going to be a query of grid words and int grid cell, right? So they are not really like stored inside a good data structure for us. So this is not very performance. The performance is not very good. But let's do this. Mute new coordinates is coordinates. So we have updated the new coordinates, right? And we need to see if there is a cell on the new coordinates, right? So basically, if going to hit the wall, if cells iterate any, well, first of all, we need to filter, right? Filter, um, filter coordinates cell value is 1. So okay, uh, I think I need to do some like consts somewhere. So the problem is we have like this notion of that 1 is block, 2 is slope, 3 is slope RT, and this information for some reason is not loading but this by this plugin. So I'm going to do const block is 1, slope LT is 2, slope RT is 3, slope LB is 4, slope RB is 5. Okay, so but like this thing really should be loaded from the LDTK file. To do load from LDTK. I just think that the plugin that we're using does not allow does not load this information, so I need to do a pull request for them. So we are going to filter the blocks, right? Because blocks are the only thing that are actually like blocking our movement. Well, technically that's not exactly true. It's like every single type of block is blocking. Yeah, but like the way level is currently done is we always have a block to the right of the of this diagonal thing. So whatever. Right now we're going to only be blocked by actual blocks. So if any of those blocks has coordinates that are equal to the new coordinates, right? Well, I guess if none of those, then we can actually do the movement, right? So we do coordinates are going to be equal to the new coordinates. So that's so if we can move, then move. So yeah, it's like an inverted statement. It's not if going to hit the wall, don't. If we are not going to hit the wall, then do. Do if don't. Exactly. I mean, if not going to, then do. Query. In a way, wait, query accesses components grid coordinates in a way that conflicts with previous system parameter. Okay, hold on. We have a conflict. It's because this has grid coordinates that we modify, and this also has the same component that is grid coordinates that so we read something and then we write to it, right? So that's why this system is like not very good, because it's trying to take a mutable reference to something that is trying to take a regular reference. The way that we fix it is that the player is like not an int grid cell. Int grid cell, because the player is not the grid cell. That's it. I thought this would be like fixed automatically, because like I'm queuing here the player input and the int grid cell does not have the player input. Why would they not like detect this automatically? Okay, let's see. Let's try walking into the wall, and I cannot walk into the wall. Fog. See? Progress. Progress. What next? What next? Now we need to fall down, right? Now we need to fall down. So yeah, this is not very like performance, very good performance wise, because we're iterating on over all the cells on the level, right? To do bad performance. So like, we should store the cells not inside the ECS basically, to in order to fix that. But bevy is like making it very easy for us to use ECS, and making it very hard for us to not use ECS. So how do I store like a two-dimensional grid in order so that I can figure out what cell we have in a specific position? I don't know. Well, I guess technically the way we do this is we need to find, yeah, like cell that we find is cells find towards cell. I think find map towards cell if chords is equal to new chords some cell else none. Yes, so like because there can only be one cell, right? And we need to find that cell. This like it's slightly simpler to understand, I think. If cell okay, so basically if there's no cell, then we can go through. If there is a cell, then the cell should not be a block, right? So the only really like performance bad is over here, me finding this cell. I'll just make sure that I did not break the code, but no, I did not. Yeah. So like, what I would like is to, instead of iterating over all the cells, to do something like cells, new coordinates, like this, right? Instead of doing the iteration. This is what it should be done. And because of the iteration, it's like much slower than it needs to be. But that's fine, that's fine. No move through block. Okay, now let's do the falling down, right? So how do I do the falling down? Yeah, also player move I can move left and right, but sometimes I should not be able to move left and right. That's weird. Wait, what? What is weird? The cell thing? Oh, it's because of the it's because like the tile map is inside the ECS. And we don't have an actual like data structure that tile map collision is supposed to be super efficient. Yes. So, but we need to write it. I need to copy the data from the ECS into an actual data structure that makes it efficient. How do I do this automatically? I'm not sure. The problem is we're migrating from it like being a regular game that has the collisions. So previously the collisions were efficient because it was done by Repair, the physics engine. They have this like performance data structures inside the physics engine, right? But now we are not using the physics engine. We're making it a turn-based kind of game. So we need to do those structures ourselves or find an implementation that allows us to do that. I feel like this is also going to fix one thing. Let me see. Yes. No. There is a problem. Like if I just tap the right button, I'm not going to move to the right because I'm checking if the animation, like I start the animation, if some grid coordinates have been changed. Wait, if this system queries the grid coordinates, if I don't, look at this polished turd. Looks good. Yeah. We are re-implementing the game though today, yeah, I'm shot. So, and it's basically no gameplay at this point. We're doing the game from scratch. Anyway, let's do one thing at a time. Let's do the falling down. How should that be working? So, when we enter the turn state, we are going to see if something needs to happen like automatically, right? Like, um, if there is like nothing below us, then we need to start the animation of falling, right? So on when we're entering the turn, uh, But then it's going to conflict with this one also. Yet. I need to schedule. I need to figure out how to do schedules properly. So there's this like sets, right? What is system sets? System sets. System sets allow you to easily apply common properties to multiple systems for purposes such as labeling, ordering, rank criteria, and states. Add system state. Group our input handling systems into a set. Keyword input, gamepad input. Add system set. So like, how do we process our return, right? First of all, we need to save our previous position in order to do the animation. The previous coordinates needs to be saved. Uh, like, then we do the actual like processing. Okay, then we check for like some automatic actions, and then if the automatic actions did not see anything that needs to be done, then we make action based on player input, right? So does this mean that these are different states, or does this mean that those are? Yeah, I get. I don't know. Sometimes it's also like I said, it's there is a potential for us to accept player input while we are inside the turn. Like when we are in like jumping, we can rotate midair maybe. Not sure though, not sure. How does this work? Add system set. Add system set. Okay, this is also something that is not available right now, right? Says system set. I don't have this function. This book is outdated. How do I like see what I actually need to do? I think player move. Let's do it a different. Let's do it a different. So a player move like manually only when we're like waiting for input. Let's do that. Okay, that was our initial idea, right? So let's go with that. So I'm going to actually only move the player if we were waiting for input. So then our turn is going to. Wait, but how do I go into waiting for input? There must be a system that checks if there is nothing below us. If there is below us is a block, right? But that is not enough. That is not enough to just check that the block is below us is. Because if the below us is a block, there's still a possibility for us like to be like if our bottom side is has an effect on it, like a jump effect, then it means that we're not going to start waiting for input, we're going to start jumping, right? So how would I write this code normally, right? Without ECS. There would be a function that like tells me if if the animation has if everything like has finished, right? But the way you write system in the SCS is you add something. So like how do I run a system that checks if no other system has done any work? I guess this maybe this is the system, right? Because over here we're detecting if something changed, and literally like what can change? We can change like the position of the player, right? So if the position of the player has been changed, then we start the animation. And if so, we literally just do an else here, right? So this is the end like turn, and the turn can end either by like starting an animation because something happened, or we can start waiting for the player input, right? So if over here we do, does bevy actually allow you to track activity? I thought you had to create your own handler for it. Well, there is the option for me to check on if the component has been changed. There is also an event system, so we could also use that. Waiting for input now. Next state, set game state. Waiting for input. Okay, see, so we either go into the animation on the end of the turn, or we go into the thing. Because I was thinking like this. Check system activity. System activity. Active. No, I mean, what do you mean activity? A toggleable property to add. Yeah, I mean, that's something that you can do, yes. No, I mean, our turn is like, the problem is I am handling my like turn as something that is like continuous, but it actually is something that happens immediately. We're turning our game into a like turn-based game, basically, okay? So the problem that my game state has a turn, right? This is the problem, because this is something that must be immediate, right? So we are entering this, and then I need to like exit this immediately, basically. So it should not even be a state, I feel like, because this is something that happens like immediately. Berserker, again. Thank you for the raid. Hello guys. How's the gym going? Well, today we decided to rewrite the game from scratch. We figured that I don't like we don't like the physics, and we are going to turn it into a turn-based game. So now we're trying to figure out how to do a turn-based game in bevy. Yeah, I feel like the turn state should not be a state, it should be like a schedule, like I was saying in the beginning. And the actual state is either waiting for input or the animation. So this is not the actual state because it happens instantly, right? Bevy schedule. Also feels like your projects. You rewrite them from scratch all the time. Is that what's happening with your projects? So yeah, we have removed like all the physics. We have removed everything. Right now, all I have is like tile-based movement, and I don't really like how it's working right now. Here it is. So we have the player. I press right. I move right. Oh shit, I don't even move right. Sorry, I lied. Why am I not moving now? What did I change? Waiting for input. Oh, because we... Are we waiting for input now? Yeah, because I did not do that, I think. Else if false. I'm just like starting to do something here. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. Hold on. Git stash. And now it's going to work. Mhm. Okay, so here we go. Now instead of us being a physical body, right? We actually do movement tile by tile. So our position, our player position is now an integer instead of being a floating point, and we don't have an actual physical body. We can move left and right. I don't really fall down anymore. I can only like be blocked by walls. That's all we have right now because we just started re-implementing everything. Okay. Add schedule. Okay, see, there is actually a way for me to add a schedule. So if I just need to be able to run a schedule at a specific point in time, and the schedule is going to be to be called turn. Yeah, thank you, and thank you for the raid again. Can I just do this? Schedule. How do I add different schedules? There's no schedules in the bevy cheat book. It's like old. Add a schedule. Add a new schedule to the app under the provided label. Warning, this method will overwrite any existing schedule at that label. Okay, but sure. What is a schedule label? Schedule label is just like a name. No, string does not implement a schedule label. The following other types implement trait schedule label. Core schedule. Core schedule. Oh, we can derive a schedule label. Okay. Let's just derive a schedule label then. Struct turn schedule. Right? Can I is that how I do it? Turn schedule. And what is the schedule? The argument of type bevy schedule. Schedule. Just create a new one? Just an empty one, right? Turn schedule label is not satisfied. Because this cannot find derive, okay. So we import. Okay, so I can add systems to this turn schedule, and I'm going to like run the schedule, run the turn schedule once, right? And after I run the turn schedule, it's going to be either waiting for input or waiting for animation, right? So the question is, how do I run the schedule? Bevy run schedule. Run. Add schedule. Schedules insert. Get schedule. Option schedule. How do I run a schedule? Let's take a look at the bevy examples again. I feel like this is how I need to do it, but maybe I'm wrong. Schedule label. If I find schedule label on the examples, I mean some plugins register their own schedules, right? For example, the bevy asset, right? This plugin schedule right? They derive the schedule label for the asset events and load assets. So when so who does run this load assets schedule? Add systems, load assets, order. Okay, main schedule order. See, but this is no, no, no. Because my schedule is not going to be part of the main schedule. Main schedule order. Hold on, when do we need to actually run this? The turn logic. We need to run the turn logic after we finish waiting for something, right? Yeah, I think if we are in the waiting for a player input, then the player move, this system is going to like trigger the turn. It looks like state still. I don't know. I think let's take a look at the add state and how this is working, right? Schedule. So yeah, we are getting the resource, and we are adding systems. Add state and next state resources on enter and on exit schedules for each state variant. Run once condition. Hold on. Generates condition, satisfy enclosure that returns true. Is that how I do it? Run once. Creating a turn-based game is hard, apparently. You know? Because I don't understand, really. If I have the game state turn, then there must be like only one system that runs during that game state. Or there must be a system that runs after all the other systems, I guess, right? There must be a system that runs before all the other systems during the turn, and the last system is the one that's going like to see if we need to like wait for animation or wait for this or wait for input. You know? So the end turn. I guess it's go on post update. Is there such a thing as post update? On exit, on enter, on update. Can I add on post update? Or I will be able, or I will need to run every system before the end turn system. Right? I don't know. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see the turn. So, okay. How does the turn work? Add system. And turn. I'm ending the turn. So, like, okay, so, alright, okay. End turn is going to either go and wait for the input or start the animation, right? This is what I want. Am I right now going into waiting for input? Turn schedule. Okay, we delete that. Maybe I will try thinking about that again later. Waiting for input now, yes. Okay, so the problem is that waiting for input never ends, right? Player move. Um, yes. So if we have moved, right, then we need to next state resource next state game state, right? So if we have moved actually, well, then we do next state set game state turn, right? So we have finally ended waiting for the turn. Yeah, that's my face when trying to figure out how to make a game in Bevy. I enjoy it. It's a learning experience, you know? Okay. Animation started. Sure. But I'm not moving now. Why am I not moving now? Guys, why am I not moving? So this system is wrong, by the way. And the turn, we're going into animation started, even although no changes have been made to the grid coordinates, right? Nothing has been changed. Right? Nothing has been changed. Right? So I should be waiting for input. Okay, it works. Something worked. Waiting for input and animation started. Wait, what? Am I like going into animation and waiting for input at the same time? What? Waiting for input, animation started. Really? Oh, wait, I know. I know. It's because over here, if we don't want to move anywhere, let's just continue. Because really, this means that we don't need to start the animation, right? I feel like the animation started and then it like is finished without like I don't see the interpolation now is the problem. Right? Like we are teleporting. Teleportation is fine, but animation finished info. Stop animation on the inside the animation, sure. Okay. So here's what's happening, right? We are starting the animation, and then the animation has finished immediately when we are. Wait. Is this not immediate? This is not immediately, yeah, okay. And turn. 0.2. Does it look like 0.2 seconds? It looks like 0.2 seconds. Okay. So, like, update transforms is the system that is not working now. I'm trying to do some so simple stuff, and it is so hard. Right? Let's see. Let's try debugging the time of interpolation because this thing should be moving from 0 to 1. It is very weird. Like, why is it 0.7 and then it's 1? I only update a couple of times. for some reason. Okay, let's see. Update transform is like running on every state. Initialize previous chord when we're starting the turn. Sure. Update transforms is during the animation. Process animation, also an animation. Where did my interpolation go? Let's try changing the timer to 1 second again. Let's do 2 seconds, why not? Hmm. No. I think the problem is that the process animation for some reason. Is not updating my timer always. Rust propaganda. Yeah. Although, like, I'm not sure if that's propaganda. If we are failing to make very simple things here, that's probably like anti-propaganda. Yeah, the timer is updating properly. Why am I not seeing the thing? Okay, I'm trying to debug again. Propaganda that fails is propaganda that improves. Yes. Well, I mean, if we're talking Rust propaganda, yeah, I don't think I have any problem with Rust. But I'm trying to use bevy. At this point, I throw bevy away and burnt out until AD. LD? No. It's like, I mean, do you remember the first time you tried learning like game programming? Like, what was the first time you tried Unity? How long did it take you to figure out to make your first game in Unity, or what, like Godot? Were you faster than me? Okay, well, maybe I'm just bad. What is this? Like, why is this system updating a million times, like, more often than that system? You know, I have the process animation system that just updates the timer, right? And I have the system that uses that timer, and both of those systems, yeah, it was faster because Godot was good and doesn't hate its users. Well, I mean, I will probably be faster in Godot because Godot uses more traditional approach, right? They don't use ECS. So is the problem ECS? I think the problem is more like not just the new engine, but the new like architectural pattern, right? How do I like write my game logic using the ECS pattern? ECS is a traditional approach at this point. Well, I did not try it yet, and Godot is not ECS. Unity uses an ECS? Well, that's not true as far as I understand. I tried googling this. Unity, ECS versus ECS. Unity isn't really ECS. Yeah, that's what I like. That's what I understood from what I. Why not use ECS? I don't know. I was looking for something. Yeah, over here. Why is not Godot ECS based? Okay, here's the thing, right? There is like this confusion. There is like the traditional object-oriented inheritance-based entities. Then there is ECS, entity component system, and then there is like component-based entity composition system, and those are like the different things. So Unity has this, but they call it ECS, but it's not really ECS, is what I'm understanding. That's what people say. I don't really know though. What's the progress? We have zero progress. We have actually negative progress because we don't have interpolation anymore. I think the game is not going to be finished, guys. Um, if we don't figure out today, we go back to physics tomorrow and like finish what we have, right? So like we have something that works at least, right? From what I don't have any experience with Unity, but from what I saw, it looked like ECS to me. But yeah. I mean, it depends on your definition of ECS. Like, does Unity make you construct all of your entities from small components like position, velocity, grid coordinates, a player which is just an empty struct having a tag? I don't think that's what you do in Unity, right? I think the components in Unity are pretty big, but I might be wrong. I never tried. There's this, but it is a separate thing. Okay, well, I'm not looking into that today. We're trying to do bevy. You have your game objects and you attach components to it. Well, that's what I'm doing. How do you do a turn-based game in Unity? I think the problem is that I'm trying to do a turn-based game right now, right? So I have figured all of the other stuff, I think, already. I just don't know how to do a turn-based game. The problem right now is the turn-based. Did you check Roller Cube source for inspiration? C++? Ooh. You think that's going to be inspiring, right? C++? Really? Package JSON, JavaScript? You think this is inspiring? C++ and JavaScript? Okay, I'm closing this. This is supposed to be inspiring. Rust and Bevy, this is supposed to be inspiring. Why is it not? Okay, hold on. You know what? Where do I ask for help for Bevy? Do I ask in Gem again? Or do I like just Google again? I tried Googling before, I just... Bevy turn-based game. What's the issue for making turn-based now? You hated it and quit making that game? You were trying to do ECS and you hated ECS. Yeah, Brainoid also said that Brainoid hates ECS. But maybe that's like a specific flavor of ECS that you guys are hating, you know? Maybe I'm hating Bevy ECS right now, but there is another implementation of ECS that is like better. ChatGPT? Nah. Okay, there is this Zemeroth by Oscriff, I know that. But I think this is written in Macroquad and not in Bevy. I know how I would write a turn-based game in not Bevy. I need to specifically is Bevy suitable for turn-based game? Let's see this Reddit. I have read a lot about how Bevy is really good for real-time games and displaying, but I intend to make a web-based game. Think online board game. The rendering would be done by some front-end framework. Bevy would be purely for the Rust server, and the game should be completely turn-based, event-driven. Is it worth learning Bevy just for this? You can use Bevy ECS without using Bevy itself. So it sounds like you're probably really after the full engine. Yes, but I want to render stuff using Bevy. So I want to like combine the two approaches. My understanding that people don't do ECS because it's fun, but because you get more performance out of it. Well, so, no, there is one more thing, and the thing is your like code is very like despaghettified because every system is very like small function like this. See, like this function is literally like one line. This is like 3 lines. So like it makes it really easy like to split code into different systems. So that's a plus. I just don't know how to write it turn-based in this architecture. I want to run a turn-based game with Bevy engine. How do I use the ECS for turn-based games? To create a turn-based game using Bevy engine. Okay, there we go. The ChatGPT. You asked for it. I don't know if I agree that small functions is less spaghetti. Yeah, I agree that maybe I that's not really like less spaghetti. Yeah, right. Maybe you're right. But I'm pretty sure that my 1000 line logic code in the farting game is not like I'm pretty sure that that is spaghetti. Small functions are less spaghetti. I disagree with your disagree. Okay, there you go. To create a turn-based game using the Bevy engine, you can use its entity component system framework, which allows you to create entities that are composed of components and systems that operate on those entities and components. Here are some steps you can follow to use ECS for turn-based games and bevy. Define your game entities and components. Define your game's entities and the components that define their properties. For example, we might define a player entity. Okay, I mean that's okay. Create a system to handle turns. Okay, this is what I'm like trying to figure out. How do I make a system to handle turns? Is this supposed to be like just one system, or but like this is going to be like a very big system? It's if it's only one system, right? Just just create it. Create a system that handles turn order for your game. This system should check which entity's turn it is and allow the player to take their turn. You can use a combination of component queries and system state to manage turn order. Create systems for game mechanics. The system should operate on system handle game state. You'll need to handle game states as the player progresses through their turn. There is a system to update the game state and notify the player when the turn is over. I don't understand. This does not give me like instructions. I want an example of a turn-based. I want an like. Is there anyone in chat who used Bevy to create a turn-based game? Like what I'm trying to do here. Here you go. Someone made Redux for Rust. Just use that. I don't know what Redux is. I never tried it. Old and considered bloated. Okay. Redux doesn't apply to ECS. ECS is already state management. Uh, okay, hold on. What is the problem that I have right now? The problem is that I don't have the interpolation of my player anymore for whatever mysterious reason, right? How do I create a system that handles the turns? Give me examples. Thank you for being ChatGPT. I guess. Struct turn order. Turn order system. Wait, it actually creates the queries using the bevy? Handle player's turn logic here? Bing, 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 bing. I don't understand. We have turn order system, player turn system, enemy turn system, reset turn system. How does this make sure that enemy turn like happening like after the player turn, for example? Okay, we have this, right? But we don't have interpolation. Why? My knowledge of bevy is currently as of my knowledge of the cut of data September 2021. However, I have the ability to continuously learn. I think we just need to figure out this problem. Let's try. Let's try. Let's try. Stop animation. Okay, timer is being updated correctly. So I am pretty sure that this system works properly. What does not work properly is updating the transforms. Is it because the previous chords? Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. Debug. I mean, let's do this. Previous into current. Right? Can I do that? I want to know what am I like. I want to know what am I interpolating from and into. Maybe some system like. I mean, there's only one system that writes into the previous coordinates, which is the initialized previous coordinates, which is not supposed to happen in the middle of the state, right? Yes, what is this? There's a lot. A lot of things have changed. Initialize previous coordinates. I guess this is because I'm doing this for everything that has the coordinates, right? But not everything should have the coordinates. I should only like get the player here, really. So let's do with player. Can ChatGPT do 3D models for you? Aren't you using like pre-existing assets? Okay, let's try again. To create turn-based game with bevy engine in Rust, you need to define a system that handles the turns and manages the game state. Here's a simple example to get you started. Game state and player turn, enemy turn. Okay. Turn system. Turn state. Yeah, so yeah, if state is this, then we do that. Okay. Sure. How do I like yes, okay. Okay. This this is supposing like this is my logic for handling player turn goes here. Are they like do they want me to put all the game logic into one system? But that's going to be spaghetti again, right? That's not what I'm supposed to be doing. How do I like make this into multiple systems? Okay. Here's the problem. The grid coordinates are the same. Okay. I'm all we're almost it's almost working, guys. It's almost working. It's almost working. I have figured out the issue. The issue is that the previous coordinates get overridden for some reason. Previous coordinates. I'm only querying them and I'm inserting them here. So this system, for some reason, is running. So oh yeah. Wait. No. Hold on. Wait. End turn. So what is happening? I think we are like entering the turn, so we are setting the previous coordinates, we are saving the previous coordinates, right? And then we go into waiting for input. So then when we're in the waiting for input, we're doing the player move, where we transform our coordinates. So our previous coordinates are still like the same as they were before, right? Yeah, okay. Here's the problem. We go into the turn. This is the problem. I need to go into the animation here. Okay, guys, I have found out. It's my fault, okay? After I move my player, I need to like not start the turn. I need to go the animation and then like do this the next turn, okay? Okay, guys. Are you ready? We crashed. Nah, shit. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. When I'm starting the animation. Okay, okay, okay. Actually, yeah, this turn animation timer thing, we are going to do this. Not inside here, but like start animation. Right? Start animation is going to be called when we enter the start animation. Stop animation, process animation, and start animation. Start animation in schedule on enter game state animation. Okay. Okay, solved. Okay. 4 hours in, we have this. Okay. Okay, we're not working. It's not working. Oh wait, it is? I'm moving. I'm moving. I mean, it's set to like 2 seconds right now, right? But yeah, the animation, let's do it, it's 0.2 seconds instead. It's still like, I think, a little weird, but we have something working. Okay. All right. Yeah, the first one is glitchy, but after that, it's like fixed for some reason. Why is the first one glitchy? I have no idea. Okay. Okay, let's see this. Turn. We're ending the turn. Before ending the turn, let's try like falling system, right? Falling system. Falling system, which is going to make us fall down, right? So this falling system is going to run. So the problem is I need to make sure that every system like runs before. Add system like falling system is going to be inset on update game state turn, but also before and turn. Is there like a way for me to write this thing like and I'm going to add a lot of systems like that, right? All of them are going to be before and all of them are going to be on turn, right? There is a function that's called add systems, and I have no idea how to use it. Add system, system A, system B, system C. Okay, so can I do add systems. So like all of these systems are going to be like inset and before end turn. Okay, maybe that's what we do. Okay, following system. Let's try implementing that. Let's see. It's going to be kind of like the player move. It's a little similar. Says the turn is a resource. The turn state. Yes, it is a resource right now. Yes, that's. No, I mean, it's yeah. Make sure nobody can maintain and understand your code. So like if you split into many systems, then nobody can understand your code. Is that what you're saying? I I'm not sure if I agree, but maybe I do. I feel like this is the problem of me like understanding how to use these plugins is because like they are split into different things, and reading the code does not always help because I need to find everything, and everything does like to split. Okay, following system. Next state, no. Players, yes. No player input. Okay, I'm going to take grid coordinates with player. Having to jump around a ton really sucks. I don't know. I don't know yet. All right. How do you do? How? What is? Well, I mean, it's not going to be a ton of small functions, okay? It's not just a ton of small functions. You also group those small functions into like modules, and those modules like are considered plugins. So like in bevy, you like group your systems into plugins, so that and then like you can group plugins together and stuff like that, you know. So like you have a bunch of small things, you combine them together into like a small somewhat a bigger thing, and then you combine those bigger things together into like a bigger thing, and so on. I think is how it's supposed to be working. So is that their solution? If I should not be doing the turn, then we just return. Anyway, let's try it this way. So we're going to have the players, and if a player has nothing below it, right? So if player has nothing below it, so new coordinates is going to be coordinates. It's just literally the same, right? New coordinates, y minus equal 1 or plus equal 1. I think the grid coordinates are going down. Like positive y is down. I don't like that, but sure. And then we do the same stuff. See, we already have copy pasta. Nice. So if this is not block, then we fall down and we do the animation, right? I mean, the animation is going to be triggered automatically. Sure. Let's go. Are we going to fall down now? Okay. disjoint. Microsoft propaganda blog. Are you the propaganda expert? So it was Rust propaganda. So it is Rust propaganda, ECS propaganda, bevy propaganda, Microsoft propaganda is all happening here. Okay, so the problem is, okay, without player, fine. You indulge all kinds of propaganda. Shit. I'm falling up instead of falling down, guys. Guys, I think... Okay, maybe I was wrong. And the y coordinate is like going up, so we need to do negative. Okay, but it was fine. It was fine. We actually did it. It works. We can fall down now. All right. Okay. We can fall down too. I think you could do something like drop. I think I remember I did something like this. I don't remember the commands. Whatever. I think we need to enable a mini game that has this drop thing in it. Okay, falling down. Okay, now what? Now how about... I still need to know like where I came from in order to do like my like sides, right? So I can make another system over here, which is like these diagonal blocks, right? How do you call them? Slope, slope, slopes. And let's see. We're going to have another system which is going to be called slopes, right? And if we are on a slope right now, then I'm going to push you to like the side. Slope LB. Slope LT. Yeah. Okay, slope LB or cell value is slope RT LT, right? Those make I think it's better like to do a match here. Match cell sum slope LB or slope LT towards x minus equal 1. Sum slope RB or slope RT towards x plus equal 1. Otherwise, we do nothing. Unlurk. We're slowly like coming towards that point where we're going to undo the transition into the turn-based game, you know? Like we're almost there where I don't really want to do this. But this was what we have right now. Yeah. Like right now, this like happens automatically. Me being pushed back on this slope. So like I cannot go back on top. Okay. Okay, let's do this. Slopes. All right. And now let's also do what? Must be the rotational system, right? Is the rotation just when we're moving like to the right, we are rotating right? When we're moving left, we're rotating left? How do I rotate in place? Also, I feel like it's going to be looking weird. When we are on a slope here, right, a rotate place system. You enjoying this, right? Bam, 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 bam. Love it. Like over here, when I'm moving left, I need to like be rotating to the left, but then I rotate back. Is that what's supposed to be happening? Or should I be like rotating in place then? I'm not really sure. No, I think we rotate back and that's it. We'll think about something. It's going to be a puzzle game after all, right? Maybe slopes is like what makes it actually hard, you know? Maybe we make the game without the slopes? Is it possible to make the game without the slopes? I think it's possible to make the game without the slopes. Yes, it definitely is. I think we should not do slopes. Davey, are you here? I mean, we can try doing slopes, but I feel like they're going to add a lot of complexity to the game. Let's try coming up with a level, right? So if we don't have any slopes, then what do we do? Right? And what do we do? So we have this jump power up that we get. So basically, when we are over here, we're going to be stuck, right? We cannot get out of this little hole. What should be like the level? Right? If we use the jump, how do we jump to the right? Here, my thinking was, like I said, that we jump and then like on the top we move to the right one block, according to our movement, like on the previous like actual movement, you know. So we like continue moving the direction we were moving already. Unless we hit a ceiling, I guess. Maybe jump should be just one block, by the way. I don't know. Is there like... Should the jump just be one block of jump? Let's say over here. If we have our jump side in the bottom, right? And then we are going to the right, we're rotating. Our jump side is going to be on the left here. When we like... More blocks is more puzzle problem space, true. So like... Then we need to rotate so that our side is here, and then our side is here, and then our side is here. So like the next step should actually be over here instead. Then it would be possible to solve this like two-step. In order to do two steps, we need to have like a step that is of length 4, I think. If we did a mechanic like this. So like a jump is just me going up and to the right, you know? Because this is like the most simple jump mechanic that we can have, right? In a grid space, jump is literally up and to the right. So we go from here onto jump, we jump up, right, and then we like maybe fall down also. Okay, how about we don't do slopes then? That's true. I don't think Davey is here though. Davey did not believe that I will be able to solve my ECS problems, so he just left. Yeah, what about we do just blocks and the side effects, right? Like we need to come up with the MVP. We can jump one block, then we can move in any direction, up, down, left, right for like 3 moves, and then we fall to the ground. This means that like we are like hanging in the air until we choose the direction. I don't like that. I want the jump to be happening basically automatically. And also this is harder to implement than my system, I think. So let's try with something simple. I feel like we need to do something simple first, right? So I'm going to do this. And we don't have any slopes. Slopes are no longer like there. Okay. Slopes. We remove slopes from the game. We just implemented them. Now we remove them. Remove slopes. How much time is left? 3 days. 3 days. I mean, if we just make a like, I feel like if we just implement the jump side, if it's already like a lot of puzzles that we can make using just the jump. So I feel like it's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. Let's just implement the jump. Right? So yeah, okay, we have the position and we also have the rotation, right? Which is going to be rotation. Struct a rotation integer. All right. So here's how we rotate right and here's how we rotate left. And we have 4 directions that we can have, right? Okay. So update transforms. This thing is going to okay, we also are going to query previous rotation and rotation. Previous rotation, rotation. Previous rotation, rotation. Previous words, words. Okay, and then we do. And then we do previous rotation is rotation 0. So we do previous rotation is previous rotation to rotation to radians. Rotation is rotation to radians. And then we do interpolated rotation is previous rotation 1 minus t plus rotation times t. Debug, I can remove. We do transform rotation Transform rotation is equal quad from rotation z rotation. Okay, here's what we do. 2 radians is the method that we're going to rotation. 3 days, yes. 2 radians. Self 0. That's 2 multiplied by e divided by 2. Alright, let's see. I mean, no, that's not enough yet. Whenever we move, right, our movement system over here, we do okay. Over here, we're going to match input direction also, right? And left, we do rotation also. Okay, so over here, I'm going to do rotation, rotate left. Over here, we do rotation, rotate right. Okay. This should be enough. I think previous one. Initialize previous coordinates, yeah. Grid coordinates, rotation. Okay. Insert previous rotation, rotation. I wish JS had mesh syntax. Yeah, mesh syntax is nice. Are you writing JS? Why would you do that? If there's TypeScript, especially. No? Why don't you do TS? Work. Okay. There we go. We are rotating now. I'm not really, though, seeing the rotation being animated. So why not? Interpolation. Oh, okay, yeah, because rotation, I need to do actually interpolated rotation here instead of the actual rotation. I call it JS because it's JS. Oh, you call TypeScript JavaScript because it's JavaScript. Okay, makes sense. Oh shit. It was also good, and then we do 360. Shit, we do 360 sometimes. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Good rotations? Yes. I know, right? I think we need to find the difference between these two. Here's rotation plus rotation minus plus rotation difference multiplied by t. Here's how we do it. Yeah, we literally need this slurp here. I notice a theme with your games. You love rotations, but this game was not. This game was not like the idea for this game was not created by me. You know. It was Davy. But I mean, what is there to hate about rotations though? I guess you usually don't do that because you a lot of time do pixel art, and rotating pixels is like uh is like a sin, right? So you never do that. But that's exactly what I'm doing. I love rotating my pixels. The latest game did have rotating pixels though. It's ugly as hell. Nah, I think it was fine. Are you talking about Spaceman or about something else? Okay, so how do we do this? While rotation difference. Hold on, how do I do this exactly? I think Spaceman was fine. It was not ugly. While rotation difference is more than p, we subtract 2 p's. So it should be like from negative p to p, basically. I guess there is a better way to write this, but whatever. If you only rotate 90 degrees, it's not rotating, it's just flip. Wait, 90 degrees is rotating. What do you mean flip? Okay, we are rotating fine now, right? But the problem is we are rotating the wrong direction now. But I mean, it looks nice. I think it looks fine. You know, even although we're going slightly into the ground, I think it's fine for a puzzle game. Just like this animation, I can make it you move a little like up and down, but I think that's fine. We're just going to revert the thing, right? When we're moving to the right, and turn, no, player movement, whatever. Okay, okay, this is already spaghetti, even although it's a lot of small functions, like just like you guys said. It's just a lot of small function spaghetti. Okay, when we're moving left, okay, rotating left. Okay, this is +1 and this is +3, basically. Because left is counterclockwise, counterclockwise is positive. And clockwise is negative. It looks good for a puzzle platformer, it looks really good. Yeah, I think it's fine. I think it's fine. So now we just implement the jump. And if we have the jump ready... something is wrong in the beginning though, so whatever. Okay, now we have the jump. The jump is not spawning here. Okay, rotating. Okay, I finally fixed this warning. Constants are not used. Remove unused constants. We have no slopes in the game. Davy, we have removed slopes, okay? Because it's going to be easier if we don't do slopes. We need to scope the game down so that we can at least finish something, right? Okay, now it's time. It's time, guys, to implement the jump. Or at least... Or at least to make sure that we can collect upgrades, right? So the upgrades, they are always on the bottom of the block, right? So if I'm standing on an upgrade, then it's always going to be attached to my bottom side, right? So that's how it's going to work, right? How likely would you recommend bevy ECS to fellow programmers? No, I will not recommend it. I mean, but also like a lot of other people do recommend it. So either I'm doing something wrong, or those people have not tried the real spaghetti that works better. But I mean, it may be just that I'm not very familiar with the spaghetti is the way. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so when I'm on a block, right? Collect pickup. Okay. There we go. There we go. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. What do we do? So do we do the sides as different entities now again? Like we did before? I mean, let's try it, because that seems like the ECS way. I'm trying to learn the ECS way. That's why I'm doing things. Update the link. You want to try the current state? Okay, well, I need to compile a lot of shit, though, because I changed my dependencies. It's going to take a while. But I have started the process now. So, we just wait. Okay. So let's first spawn the sides, right? Like we did before. Okay. Let's create them in a different like before, right? Side. Okay. Wait. Yeah, I need to do this always. I need to not forget to do this. To make sure that my systems run before the end turn. Like, how do I make this? Easy to write. That's what I'm going to be doing, right? Game state, we need to import that. We need to import the end turn. Okay. The system that we're going to add is the side activation again. Hold on. Before doing this, I'm going to add system side initialization. Side initialization, right? So what are we doing here? Side initialization is going to be during things that have added player. So like for whenever player has been spawned, I'm going to attach the sides to the player, right? Right. Component side integer. Okay. So for player in iterate, we do we need to have commands here. Commands spawn side. So we spawn 4 sides. We spawn a side and add parent, set parent to be the player, right? We spawn the side. Yeah. So we do that. And also, like we did before, we're going to have the blank component, which means that the we don't have, like, this can get an effect on it, right? So we have the side and we have the blank component there. Okay. Also, I want to have the texture on it, just like we had before, right? There's going to be transform bundle. Oh, actually, we just do the sprite bundle, right? Okay. Sprite bundle. Oh, actually, hold on. Well, technically, like, spawning the sprite should be like, should spawning the sprite be a different system? I have no idea. Okay, I'm going to write everything in one system from now on. I'm going to do more spaghetti. Maybe. Maybe we refactor later. Side init. Okay, we need an asset server. Texture is going to be asset server. Well, actually, texture is not going to be anything. I liked the suggestion the other day that was saying to write a system that just runs your own engine. Wait until he uses bevy only for rendering. I mean, in order to use bevy for rendering, you need to spawn everything that you need to render in this ECS, right? So, I mean, we use bevy only for what? Eventually, like, eventually we just get rid of bevy, I think. By the way, nerd, so how was your experiment doing your, like, new stuff? Okay, we'll literally do everything the default. Well, yeah, just the transform. You're making a full-on game? Wait, what does that mean? You're making an actually full game now? Since when? I thought you started, like, trying to save us from the spaghetti hell and from the ECS hell. Here's one other, like, thing that I was looking into, by the way. Did you see this one? Rust stack structured arrays. There's this crate that allows you to do automatic structured array generation. I don't know if this is useful. to do stuff more like we usually do, but also a little cleaner and also performance wise better. Looks interesting. Yeah. It's like literally like you have a vector of your elements, but it's actually not not a vector of structs, but a struct of vectors, literally. But the API is same as for this, right? And then you can split it into like giving a specific system only like these components, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, we're trying to do the ECS approach here. Experiment and the game with procedural music, structured grids, and rhythmic gameplay. Transform from rotation, quaternion from rotation z I times okay, and I'm also going to hard code this over here, okay? Lel, kegw. Okay. What is gang? Gang is pog. Alright, P. Okay. For the player, we have initialized the sides. Okay. And then we do side collect power up. Okay, well, okay, yeah, here we go. We are back at this stage because we're re-implementing stuff. You think our effect should be an enum or should it be like a tag component? So should I do enum effect, jump, slide, or should it be struct, jump, struct, slide? This way, we may, like, if we do it this way, then it's not possible for us to create a plugin which adds like a different like effect to our game. So this is how I usually do it, right? This is the ECS way that like we can add new effects dynamically. Enum, you say? Okay, no enum. Yeah, I think enum because like that's how I usually do it. We need to try out new things, you know? Secret link not updated yet? Well, we had an error. Yeah, because it was not compiling. Okay. I've been procrastinating for 3 hours because I cannot decide how to name a component. Wait, are you trying to do components too? Entity components? What is the component that you want to name? Okay, we can procrastinate and help you with the name. Pam, what does that mean? Just name it component A. Name it foo, yeah. Foo is a good name. Name it KW or lol. Represents a layer. Well, name it layer. Layer component. C layer. Okay, jump. We have the blank and we have the jump, right? We have function, collect, jump. Wait, hold on, Davey. We need for this specific puzzle, when we roll on the power up, and we are going to collect the thing, and if our bottom side already has an effect, what is going to happen? We just don't collect it? Or do we just attach it to a specific side? How do we collect it? What is the... If we do it this like puzzle way? Should we just not be collecting it if our like bottom side already has the effect? Maybe stop player from walking into it? How do you stop the player from walking into it though? It feels not logical. Maybe there should be something that's happening. Ah, okay. I mean, maybe uh so we make the player like move back from where it came from. And do the arrow sound effect. Layer details, layer frames, maybe. You hate programming? Oh no, you no. You didn't try bevy yet. Just kidding. Bevy is Pog. Very nice. I like it. Okay, let me start with the simplest thing, which is nothing is going to happen. Collect jump. We do. Okay. Collect jump is on our regular like systems that are happening every turn. We're going to check, right? Player. Fury. Player. That is. Okay, we have the blank sides and we have the players. right? How do I find the children of player? Is there a component that I can get? Children contains references to the child entities of this entity. And the ref target is entity. Okay, fine. Yes, so we do children. First you gotta find a finder. Okay. Okay, children. And then we do like we query the grid coordinates, right? Grid coordinates and children. That's what we need. And also we need to query the power-ups, right? So there must be something that is component product power-up, right? Power-ups, query. We're going to need the entity so that we can despawn it. And entity, grid coordinates of the power-up. Power-up is something that has the power-up tag and has the jump tag, right? Okay, so if player is on top of the power-up, if player, okay, hold on, player chords, player children, power-up chords. If player coordinates is equal to power-up coordinates, then we go and iterate for child in player children. We do sides for sides in if side is sides get child. All right. So if me, the player, is standing on top of the power up, so then we need to find the side that is bottom side, right? So if side is the same, this is side rotation is same as like the player rotation. So like for the player, we also need to figure out the rotation. Player rotation. So if side is like the same as player rotation, then it means that this side can collect the power up because this is the side with blank, right? So we also need to do commands then. Okay, commands entity Power up, despawn, commands entity, side. So side is child. I will go into call this side data, whatever. So side, I'm going to remove the blank, and I'm going to insert the jump. Right, that's how it's working. Now we have the jump on the side. Okay. Select jump. Initialize. Initialize, we need to call this. Okay. Side initialize. Alright. Do you have some puzzle ideas yet? I think as soon as we are going to have the jump, we are going to immediately see the potential for the puzzles. But technically, it's Davy's job. Davy? Okay. Do jump. Why am I laughing? Otherwise, are you laughing? Okay, do jump is another system. Do jump. Do jump means that we have a side, we have a player. It's almost like, okay, we have a player, we have a side. We are also going to have this, like the movement, right? So cells. Uh, all right. Okay. For player in for player coordinates. Player rotation. Player children. Players iterate. Let's see. We need to find out below is grid coordinates. X same as player coordinates. Y is player coordinates -1, right? So this is the position below us. If coordinate is equal to below, so we have found a cell that is below us, and we say that I'll just name it X and Y and pretend it's a bug on the minifier that somehow got into the source code. Yeah. Um, cell. Cell. We have the cell. We also need to figure out that we have the jump, right? On this side. Okay. Uh, uh, can jump. I don't know. Okay. Okay. Player children iterate map. flat map, child, sides get child, right? This is going to be the iterator over sides. We're going to find side side 0 is equal to player rotation 0, right? And this is a side with the jump, not with the blank anymore, that we need to find. So yeah, okay, if this is none, then continue. Okay, so if our bottom side does not have the jump effect, use not any instead. Makes sense. Makes sense, I guess. All right, so we can jump, and below us is a block, means that we need to jump, right? I'm going to do cell value here. So if cell is equal to some block, means that we can jump. No names, no problem. Okay, now we can jump, right? So what is going to happen? We are going to move ourselves up and to the right. Do I do it all in one move? Or in two moves? I think we also need to make sure that there is something to jump to, but hopefully, like, okay, we just need to make sure that on the level we always have to jump somewhere to. Okay, I'm not going to check it, I'm too lazy. Okay, let's do this. This is jump detection, right? Jump detection. Like I'm not feeling confident when I'm going to like split this thing into different systems. So I can write to an event that like we jumped, and then read it. But then what's the order? One of them should be right doing after the other, right? Yeah, okay. Let's do this. Whatever. Struct jumped entity. Event writer of jumped event. Jump event, okay. Player has jumped, okay, that's what it means. Over here, events, send, jump, event, player. Player. Info. Yep. Okay. Okay. We can implement the actual jump after we like make sure that the current things actually work, right? And what do we need for that? We need to make sure that we spawn the bundles, right? This thing for like for the jump, and to register LDTK entity for the jump power. It's going to be a power up bundle for the jump side, right? Trade bundle is not satisfied. This is public. This is public. Trade power up bundle is not satisfied. Bundle is not satisfied for power up bundle. What do you mean? Why not? Jump default is not satisfied. I see. Default. Okay. Let me see. Did we collect the power up and can we jump? And are we going to see the power up on the game on the screen right now? Okay, we okay. Resource requested by do jump does not exist. Events. Okay, we need to register event. Sure. App. Add event. Jump event. Okay, fine. Hmm. Okay, here's the power up. The power up is still there. I'm not picking it up. Shit. Okay. So the picking up does not work. Okay. Did I forget to register the collect jump? No, collect jump is there. Power ups. Very complex type. Whatever. Mm. Okay, guys. You know what? Bevy Gem. There's no power up in the linked version. Yes, it's not there yet. There has been one more entry submitted. Okay, wait. There's 4 already. You guys want to check out other people's games? Oh, wait, I know. I know exactly why. It's because, okay, here, I just made this, yeah, I need my grid coordinates to be on the power-up bundle. so that I can check that they are equal, right? Let's see, submissions. Inner Demons and Ligma. Are the new games. What is Ligma? It's a new game made for Bevy Jam. So somebody made a game. I still cannot pick up. I still cannot pick up. Hold on. Ligma Boo? Alright. I added one more letters. One more letter. Who's going to add the next one? Why am I not picking up? And now, like, everything is, like, just my FPS. You know what? Frame time inspector? We don't need that. I need that. Collect jump. So I cannot collect the jump is the problem, right? Because there is no player whose coordinates are the same as the power-up coordinates. With power-up. Maybe it's because I did not do power-up, I think. Yes, default. There we go. There we go. I need to not forget stuff. The power-up bundle. We do... Fact, and we do power-up. Power-up. This is the side power-up. The tag. Hey, Foggy. Hello. How are you doing? We're trying to make a game here and we're failing hard. Trying to use the engine that we never used. Trying to use the ECS that we never did before. Here's the game, what it's looking like right now. Okay, I picked it up. The power up has been picked up. Yep. Wait, what does yep mean? Yep is not Yep means that... Yeah, it means that we are jumping actually. Okay, fine. We are jumping. We are jumping. We're not jumping, like, literally? Yeah, this is yep. Shit, I'm jumping 2 times. I'm jumping 2 times. So why is that? So I was waiting for input. I pressed right. I finished the animation. Then we said yep. So we jumped. And we started the animation. Even although nothing really changed. I don't know. But it's kind of working. Let's try figuring out what other people have done. This one is Windows, Linux. And web. Okay, let's see what games other people make. It's a turn-based game, yo. See, okay. It's a card game with turns. Shameful. Okay, I don't understand nothing of it. But it's, well, I mean, it's, how much time do you have left? Like 3 days. Okay, there's fear, bravery, despair, doubt. Okay, this is a reading game. I need to understand it. Maybe we try that later. How about Ligma? Don't trust doctors without shorts on. Taking sketchy pill can have interesting side effects. Space to continue. You understand the possible side effects, right? What's Ligma? Exactly. Yeah, yeah, just give me the pill already. The pick is sus. Well, I mean, we're... I don't have any more ammo. Oh, I need to press R. Okay. They do be sliding. Yeah, the babies. We are shooting the babies for some reason. They're crawling on the floor. We have a shotgun. Starting stage 2. Not sure what the side effects are. Okay, so this is what people are making. Okay. Do you game dev as a career or as a hobby? As a hobby, full-time hobby. Yes, something like that. Um, I mostly do game jams, mostly using Rust, but never using bevy. And this is the first time I try bevy, and I'm failing. It's not very easy to use this engine. Maybe for me because I'm using it for the first time. I'm not failing. I'm learning. Okay, we want to do the jump. Okay. Detect jump. So this is how we detect that the jumps. Yes, you are failing. Okay. Detect jump. Well, I mean, the speed that we are making this game is obviously like nowhere near all the other game gens that we have been making before. So yeah. Attack, jump, and do jump. Okay. Let's see. How do jump? We're going to have the event reader. Jump event. For player in events iterate. This is going to give me an entity. Right? Jump event has an entity. Like, okay, event. Okay, we're going to have the players. Query. We need to modify their coordinates. right? So we do... So let's just go straight vertical for now. How about we just do go straight vertical? Right? And that's our jump. Let's see. Is it going to work? What do you guys think? Is it going to work first try? No. We're broken now. I can no longer, like... No, it's not. I can no longer control myself. Because animation that is starting and finishing at the same time. I think what's happening is we are actually like going up and then we're falling down immediately. Work first try? Yeah, so like the issue here is like by doing this ECS approach, it's not very easy for me to like do the... I mean, yeah, okay. It's because I never tried it, right? That is my fault. Bevy system order. It's because we're moving up and then there's another system that makes us fall down, right? Immediately. Explicit system ordering. Like if we were explicit... This will be closed by this. Okay, I don't know. How do I do this? So I need to like do jump. I feel like there must be like only... So like collect jump. How exactly is this going to work, right? So what we're having right now is we have jump, we have collect jump, we have fall, right? So those are three systems that are like running in parallel, right? And the order is not specified for those. So technically I can collect jump, which is going to make me jump, which is going to make me... And because I have moved myself up, we're going to fall, right? But really, that is not what's supposed to be happening. I think the way we do this is we don't modify the coordinates directly. Instead, we set we say that this like jump system... Where's the jump? Over here. This jump system, instead of modifying the coordinates of the player directly, we say that the player is going to move towards that coordinate. Right? So then the end turn system is going to see that if we have set our like next position to be something else, then we need to start the animation. Otherwise, we start waiting for the player input. Right? So if one of those systems has set the player to move somewhere, this is doing the animation, right? So the grid coordinate is something that we are curing. And we are going to does everyone going to have commands? Commands, entity. For the player, we insert move to create coordinates x player coords x, y player coords y plus 1, right? So we don't modify it directly, we say that we are going to move to something. Is that a good approach? I have no idea. So we're gonna have this component that I'm going to import. And the end turn system is going to see changes. This is like the direct changes. Like, I should never do the direct changes, I think. We instead do edit, move to. And we are querying the entities. No, we're querying mutable read coordinates. And commands that are going to like remove this. Well, technically this should be an event then, rather than right? Should this be an event? It's like we moved. Like, ideally, there is only one system that makes us move from a specific block. And in case they are going to be like in conflict, one of them is going to be happening on random RNG. Move to. It's not a component. We're going to have entity coordinates. All right. Okay. Events. Event reader move to. Okay. Chords. Query. Ute grid chords. For event. Great. If events is empty, can I do this? Yes, if events is empty, then we do waiting for input. Otherwise, we do start the animation. And before that, we do for event in events. Right? Coordinates get mute event 0. Like this. So this is where I actually set the coordinates. And we have the events. Okay. Then the following system is also doing the same, right? Instead of setting these coordinates, and instead of taking the mutable coordinates, without player is not needed then anymore for this. Okay, so instead of setting here, we are doing events, send, move to player, new coordinates, right? But we need the player entity. We need to not forget to register the event. Okay. You guys think it's going to work? Okay, not insert. It's going to be mute move events, event writer, move to. I'm going to say that this is move event now. Yeah, makes more sense. We do. So I don't need commands then, right? So we do move events, send, move event, event 0, and these grid coordinates. It's not going to work first try? No? Okay. You don't believe in me? I'm not sure if I believe in anything. Wait. I'm moving so fast now, lol. Well, I mean, that's bog. That's how I want it to be. I'm jumping! Yo, guys! It worked first try. Arya, you said no, but it worked. Okay. Still is not exactly as I imagined it. I guess it's because whenever we collect the power up, I am starting to wait for player input. So like, even although like technically, I guess this should be waiting for the animation. So yeah. Wait, so it didn't work? Well, it doesn't work exactly as it's supposed to be working, but like it's kind of working also. Right? Okay. Also, when I'm collecting the jump, the asset server, this side, I'm going to take it mutably, and I'm going to query the texture, which is mutable handle to the image, right? Right? Sprite bundle. This is handled to the image. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Side data, side texture. Side texture is going to be mutable. Okay. Over here, we do side texture is asset server load. What is it? Side effects jump PNG. Side effects jump PNG. Okay. I demand an apology. What do you mean? It worked. It worked. It just doesn't have a texture. If it doesn't have a texture, doesn't mean that it's not working, right? If it's not working immediately, does not work. Does not mean that it's like working. It's like completely broken, okay? Because so far everything that we have been experiencing is like everything is broken, but it's not everything that is broken anymore, you know? Some things are working, which is POG, right? If it's not working, it doesn't mean it's not. Yeah, exactly. If it's not working, it doesn't mean that it's not working. Okay. We're slowly like going insane doing this baby jam. Ah, we need a quote. I mean, you can write a boat for me, okay? I don't think I can write a boat for myself, but it requires time, and I don't know that I want to. You did? You want me to run that bot in addition to my current bot? Okay, I will. Start a Twitch bot. Is it going to tell that it is connected? How do you use this bot? Do you remember? Oh, it's compiling. Obviously, it's compiling. Don't. Okay. Okay, I don't want it to be compiling. You need to do like so that I can download it from the releases, I think. That's how I would like it. Set up CI for your bot then. Make it run inside. No, Docker I don't like. Just make a binary. If you stream it again, you will improve your bot. Okay, stream when? Okay, how about you go and try make a game in bevy? I'm going to raid you right now. If you are going to stream, like start the stream, I'm going to end my stream right now and raid you. I want to see other people suffer. Okay. Fine. Wait, the guy that we raided yesterday, he was making a game, right? He was not suffering, right? It's only me who is suffering, right? Because I am using it for the first time, right? How is the game of that dude going? Did you watch the stream? I think I saw Nursel there in chat. Let me go ask them why they don't suffer. They stream right now? Yeah, she's making a game right now. I mean, mm, some people can just like, I don't know. I think it's because it's really hard to move from like this like fast iteration that we usually have when we create games for gems to this very slow iteration where you try to learn new technology. Like, what was the last time I actually learned something new? Was it me learning Rust programming language? Maybe he was pretending he's not suffering. Oh, maybe I am pretending that I'm suffering. What about that? If I was not telling you that I'm having trouble, would you really notice that I'm having trouble? Bing, 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 bing. I look like your mom, so I'm like good looking because you are good looking. You are trying to do some new physics and some gem. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I remember. Yeah. So one time we participated in I tried participating in GMTK, right? And I tried implementing physics, and I failed at this. But it was not frustrating, right? I don't think it was frustrating. The problem is like you look like Justin Statham on diet because I stopped. Oh, so because I stopped, it stopped being frustrating, right? I did not finish the job, basically. I abandoned the project. That's why it's not frustrating, right? So that's what we do with Bevy. We abandon Bevy and go back to our happy life. Jump, 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 jump. Okay, when we are collecting the update, the jump, uh, I think when this happened, I think my systems should like tell if something important has happened during the system or no. I were also trying to learn music. Oh, I remember that. I remember that. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I think the way music was created for this jam by Shadow Crushers, right? Was this band lab? I think we might try to learn this one. Make music online. You can make music with friends. You can create a project, right? New project. What is this? New project. Studio. Oh, I'm scared. What is this? Music of friends. Well, basically, this is like an online free. Okay, hold on. There's something that has been recorded here. I'm scared to play it.
Yo, 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 yo.
Oh, it's just yo yo yo. Okay, it's fine.
Yo, 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 yo.
Okay. But yeah, see, like you can create music in this. There's like a sequencer. This is a recorded audio that you can actually like add track, like a drum machine, a guitar. What I was doing on BandLab, I was just telling that I should learn some way to create music myself. And BandLab, the thing that you used, seems like an like a nice way of doing it, right? And it's free, right? And you also can collaborate with other people and do or work on the project together very easily. Just learn procedural music. Yeah, that's another thing that we might try. Okay, okay, okay. Layers, no mutable anymore. Like this. It's the Scratch and Google Docs of music. I have experience with it. Well, you have created music, obviously. I understand that you have experience. Okay, Kui, I have to be. Oh, Rings is still here. Well, thank you. Thank you. And good night. Good night. Where in Russia am I from? Why do you ask? What are you trying to do with my location? You want to check the time at my place? Over here. It's Friday, April 7th. I mean, it is where's the time actually? There's no big clock in Windows anymore. There was a big clock before when I like was pressing on this. Okay, I can move. I can move. Okay, see? I moved. There it is. On the bottom right behind me. It's 21:16 right now. It's 9 p.m. I was going to do the jump. We almost have the jump. How about we do X? So I want to have the player input. Player input. And grid coordinates. Okay. Returns X plus plus player input direction delta. Player input, player coordinates. I mean, it's probably going to be on the direction actually. Direction delta. Okay, I cannot do +1. And we already figured that I'm the only person who wants to be able to write +1. It's 10:40, so you are just like 1 hour, 1.5 hour in the future from me. Send. Okay, let's try that. Let's try that. Here we go. Here we go, guys. It's going to be the jump, and I'm going to be jumping to the sides, right? I'm not really like checking that I can jump, that I'm not jumping through the wall right now. So it can happen, but hopefully it doesn't. Jumping to the sides. Yeah. Okay, here we go. I can move. Okay. Wait, it works. It works. It works, but I'm controlling it like when I'm jumping, right? It's so weird. Oh, it's because like technically I'm teleporting, right? It's the animation that is weird. Yeah, and this is what can happen. Gonna go through the wall. Spog. Make jump height 2 blocks. You think it should be 2 blocks? I think one block is enough to create puzzles. Should. It gives me us more puzzle problem space. Like having to avoid jumping too high. Makes the programming harder, because now I need to not only check that the block above me is empty, but also that the block above me is empty, right? So the way it works right now for the thing is like when I'm jumping, I'm just literally teleporting the player over here. That's how it's working right now. And then if the block below me is like empty, then we're going to fall, right? That's how it is working right now. Check block above block jump system. Now you understand how this works. Good job, Arya. You can literally like write the code for me now. Okay, basically what I want you to rotate. Also, yeah, players, move event. Discord light mode, dumb ways to die. Yeah, I don't know. So, I mean, I think most of my websites are in dark mode, like Google, but some stuff is not. Is itch.io one of those? Well, my page on the itch.io is light. Also, your stuff is light mode. Is your code editor light mode? Are you one of those people? Discord is light? Isn't Discord like dark by default? I don't think I even changed anything about Discord. Twitch is light? If your code editor is light mode, bro, weird as hell. Everything where I have to read a lot of text, prefer light mode. Well, interesting. Actually, like, I do write like some articles, right? Like this one, for example. I do read this one in light mode. Fix my blog, please. Although, like, I'm usually reading this like light mode on my phone, not on the PC. I don't know if that makes any difference. Well, you can just turn off the highlighting of the syntax, no? Just go to Notepad. Oh, winners can pick any two items from the Currently closed bevy merch store. Teams must choose how to divide up the loot. Oh, there's actually a like Shadow Crushers is really interested in the prizes for this gem. Oh, I did not know that there were prizes, but apparently there are. Okay, now we go for the bevy merch, so we can win the bevy T-shirt and never use bevy again, right? Is that our goal for this gem now? Your price is an ECS. Okay, I do what? Okay, I want to change the way my jumping works. I need to be able to rotate. So it's only not only like the coordinates that are moving. Is it price or is it prize? Hmm. Yeah. uh, move event, grid coordinates. And rotation. This is weird though. Like this is going to be like a lot of those then things that I'm going to. I mean, technically it's only coordinates and rotation though. Fine, whatever. New coordinates. Rotation. Okay, rotation is going to be still the same. Fine. Go over here. We're curing rotation. Clear. Clear rotation. What do you mean I'm going to ship the merch to India? I don't think we are going to win anything because our game is shit, literally. Right? At least right now. We have 3 days, right? Is our game better than those 4 games that are already there? This Inner Demons is some card game that has some shit to it. This is like I think this one is the best one of the things that we have right now here. If we end up actually like yeah, my real competition is Bad Cops game. Bad Cops game also doesn't really have a lot of gameplay to it. Is Bad Cop here? How dare you?
Hello, bad cop.
I mean, reading dialogues is not gameplay, okay? That's my understanding of things. I'm not a reading guy. I don't like reading, so reading is not gameplay for me, okay? Book is not gameplay. It's like different things. I mean, we can put a lot of text on top of like this screen on our game too, and then what? Then our game has gameplay on all of a sudden. No, that's not how it's working, right? Okay, over here, I want to like go not into the direction that we rotated self match direction. I think one thing that I want to change is that I do not want the player to be able to change the direction until we are like waiting for the input, right? So literally the way we do this is we only update is we only wait for input. So when we're waiting for input, this is when we're updating the player input, right? Where is my update player input system? Update player input, this one, right? Update player input is going to be in set on update game state waiting for input. That's how we do it. Set is not there yet, so do this. I just want to finish the jump today, so that maybe we can start experimenting with some levels, right? Finally. Even although it's not going to be perfect, it's going to be buggy, we just fix the bugs. Okay. So the problem is that we'll just like continue moving infinitely, right? And the problem is that I'm not rotating myself when I am ending the turn. This is the event, the move event. I'm going to mutate not only the coordinates but also the rotation, right? Coordinates, mute rotation. We do rotation is event 2. Okay. I'm not even like trying to make my code look good. I literally have fields that are called 1 and 2. Arya, you were talking about naming. We literally have fields that are called 1 and 2. How about that? You like that? That's how you name things. Okay, see, that's how it's working. So when I'm jumping, I'm also rotating, which makes it also like look a little better, right? So now this is how it's working, right? this means though, I think that's actually very nice, right? So I'm still stuck over here, but this is the problem with the level design. See, Davey, what we need to do is we need to move this this power up entity. If I move this jump power, it's nice from puzzle perspective. Yeah, exactly. That's what I wanted to see, right? If we move the jump like to over here and save the level and rerun the game. See, Davey, the level. What? No. Okay, so we collect the power up. Oh shit! Wait. Okay, it's a little buggy. It's supposed to be on a different side. Oh, it's actually is on a different side. It's just drawn on it on like incorrectly. Okay, whatever. See, like now we can do this. Now we can jump over there. I think that's very good. I think that's very good. That's how you do puzzle. Pog propaganda works. This actually feels exciting. Yeah, exactly. Like for the puzzle, I like this mechanic a lot. And then we can do like the slide mechanic. I think the slide mechanic is also going to be very good. You can immediately see a ton of puzzles. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But trying to design a level is also like hard work. So like hopefully, can we do just a level which only uses the jump? So for example, how about we actually create multiple jumps? So when we're jumping here, we're going to rotate to the right, like this, this, over here. If I do another jump over here, here's what's going to be working. What are we watching? We are creating a game. This game is what we're creating. Hold on, I need to save the level, right? Control S. Here we go. So in order to do a jump, like to the second thing, we are going to have like two power-ups. One power-up and the other power-up. So we have two sides with the jump, which allows me to do this. You see? Gotta be careful with puzzling those so it doesn't turn into a brute force thing. I mean, hopefully our levels are not like just, but I mean, if it's just like super simple and brute forceable, it still feels like a nice mechanic to me. So yeah, let me just fix the fact that my side, I think that we just don't have the correct transform when I'm spawning the sides over here. The spawn side initialization, this one, как W, yeah, exactly. I need to go negative here, maybe. Let's try going negative. My camera disappeared. It's because like I went and did something secret. Does this level design app have collaboration feature like MendLabs? No, I don't think so. But yeah, see, we can jump now. Like over here, it feels like we're not really jumping, so maybe the animation can be improved, but... And here's how you go down. So yeah, I think we can do some puzzles with just the jumps. There's only like a bug right now which allows me to jump into a wall, which I cannot do on this level. But I'm not checking that I am like not teleporting the player into the wall. which we should do. So, like, if we are on a block, like if we are on this corner and we're trying to jump to the left, right? What should be happening? Should we be rotating in place, or should we just like jump up and immediately jump down? No, we should not jump up and immediately jump down, because that's going to do an infinite animation. So something else needs to happen. Maybe we jump up and rotate to the other side at least. Right? Yeah, so we're moving over here, right? But this cell, okay, this is next. And up. So up is just like up, and this is the next, right? So we need to check if there is no cell to the on the next. If cell is some block, right? Then we do next is up. I think that's how I do it. But we still do rotate. Right? Let me try spawning a bunch. When are you gonna end the stream? My mom is getting mad at me for sitting on my PC for 6 hours. I'm going to end the stream right now. Okay. Okay, here we go. We jump and we just rotate in place. I think this is a very good mechanic. So this is how you can use the walls to like to rotate yourself, because normally like you are locked, right? But you use the wall, you jump against the wall to rotate yourself. That's the mechanic, right? I think this is Pog. Okay, so I think this is good for today. Jump. I think that is good for today. I also need to go, and yes, so that your parents don't get mad at you, we need to end the stream, right? What about having multiple jump power up for different height? Yeah, sure. But I feel like this is already a very good mechanic. The one jump is like simpler, so I would rather have different effects that do different things, you know? Jump effect can be called stick effect. What does that mean? You're jumping, not sticking, right? Okay, we go back into the main branch. I think we merge this into the main branch. R to restart. Okay. Git merge puzzle. Oh no. I broke everything because I switched to the main branch. Shit. Okay, now I have to stop. push. And I will also update the thing on the... Oh, I can... Oh, wait, I can, okay. Jump effect can be called stick effect. Because when it goes up, the block, it looks like it's sticking itself to the next block and rolling on top. Well, we should just change the animation so it looks more like jumping, actually. Because right now, when we're jumping, it looks like we are moving directly to this block, right? But what it should look like this. Kind of. Yeah, it should not look like climbing. But we just fix the animation. Okay, it is updated in case you guys want to try the game. Although obviously it's not finished, right? Just to make sure that maybe it like doesn't even work. Link cider secret. Here's the link. This should work, right? I'm going to check this myself also. Okay, ignore the inspector. We have this. So why is my update not being applied immediately? Why do you think? Oh, I think it's applied immediately. It's just like loading the... Yeah, it's just like loading the texture for a little bit. So it actually is applied immediately. Yeah. Just the texture has been loaded as needed, which is not what you always want. Okay. Here's the current state of the game. This is going to be it for me for today. Do we go to the Rust propaganda? Or do we go somewhere else? I have 2 people who are doing Rust. Four-dimensional Pong? Wait, who is doing four-dimensional Pong? This, I think Coded Mental was doing, right? Good progress. Yeah, I think it's a good change. Yeah, it was not like very simple. Wait, I got gifted 3 subs to 3 different channels in one day. That's Pog. Yeah, I know. He was working on that at some point. Let's see. You see yes, man? Yeah. Hedge gem anyway. Wait, what is hedge gem? You know what hedge gem is? They're doing Rust and a gem. Unity, but Rust. Wait, it's Unity. It's not Rust. It's her own gem? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. It's... Yeah, the name is Hedge. Alright. Rust book reading. Bevy gem. Some noob trying to Rust. Okay, whatever. Let's trade this dude. Okay. Yeah, but like I said, I think it's like a very good decision that we ditched the physics completely and move into this puzzle space. This was very slow. 6 hours. We finally made some like very good progress with the with the like you can feel the future of the game now, basically, right? You can see how the game is going to be played now, which is very good. All right. So that is good. Good progress today. Thank you guys for watching. Thank everyone for the follows, and see you guys next time. Bye bye.